I'm going to bring to order this meeting of the Public Education Commission. It is Friday, August 16th, and it is 11:14 a.m. So Commissioner Beck, if you would take roll.
Chair Gibson,
Here.
Vice Chair Carrillo. Here. Secretary Beck, here. Commissioner Ingham. Here. Commissioner Klasha-Siraj. Not present. Commissioner Burt.
Here.
Commissioner Manus.
Here.
Commissioner Brower. Here. Commissioner Taylor. Here. Commissioner Armijo. Not present. There are 8 commissioners present.
Thank you very much. And I'm going to ask folks now to join us in the Pledge of Allegiance and the salute to the New Mexico flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I salute the flag, state of New Mexico, and the Zia symbol of perfect friendship among united cultures. Like I'm twirling around here. Commissioner Beck is going to read our mission and values.
Our vision, all students and families residing in New Mexico, regardless of the background or circumstance, will experience equitable access to a diverse array of innovative, high-quality public schools where students will learn, thrive, and realize their full potential. Our mission is to authorize and support public charter schools for innovative, equitable, choice-driven education where all New Mexico students learn and thrive. Our values are transparency, consistency, respect, student-centered excellence, and equity and inclusion. Thank you.
Thank you. And we are on to the approval of the agenda. And that agenda is, the only change on the agenda is we've already done number 6. We approved the consent agenda the first day of, we did it on Wednesday, first day of our new application hearings. So do I have a motion to approve the agenda?
Well, then we've already done all the schools, right? We have to say that we've already done those.
Oh, I thought we did. I kept thinking we approved each day. We didn't. You're right. Correct. Yep. Sorry. Because we've had so many conversations about, do we start a meeting? Do we end a meeting? Correct. Yes. Yes. Yep. So we are now on to public comment.
Commissioners, we have a few people signed up for public comment. 5 online and 2 in the room. We'll start with online and Cindy Delanoy. Please remember to spell your last name and then I will start the timer for 2 minutes.
Cindy Delanoy, Delanoy, and I'm with the Save Alma group. Y'all can hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Chairperson, commissioners, and audience. Monday, August 19th marks 1 year since the hanging death of my young son, Malachi. Despite complaints from other students, as well as myself, that bullying had been occurring to Malachi by other students, the CAO child as well. This man has bullied students in his care before, and by accounts of some students unfortunate enough to still be exposed to him, he continues to bully and intimidate his students. The thrusting of his chest in the aggressive manner he uses is a form of assault. This is not a stretching of an arthritic back. It's intimidation. Assault of an adult against children is reprehensible, and yet it is allowed to be continued by this man. How many children must self-harm or take their own lives before something is done? This is not a man who cares for his students. A glaring example is this. Right after Malachi's death, one of his instructors put in a formal request to the CAO to place a bench to memorialize Malachi. Was to incorporate an anti-bullying message as part of its message. Without thought, discussion, or reason, that instructor was immediately told no, that no such thing could be a part of his, that CAO's, school. What kind of administration refuses a memorial for a student lost so tragically? I'll tell you who. One who is guilty and refuses to have a physical reminder to the entire community of what an insecure infant who knows his culpability. 1 year, and this still has not extended sympathies to our family. When I directly confronted him about it, I was told by him that he had no obligation to offer him. This is protected and supported. The governance council has at least 2 members that consistently ignore student, parent, and community input and instead continue to hire ineffective, unsuited CAOs to Alma. They are doing nothing but ruining children's lives to prop up their own unsuccessful political ambitions. They also continue to violate OMA rules consistently. The fact that we all know who I am and have been speaking of for months and am asked not to mention by name simply allows him an additional layer of protection. My son was not afforded protection. Why? Why in the name of all things holy does this predator receive the protection that my child was entitled to? Where is the accountability and when does this end? Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Next, we have next is Sonia Vigil.
Good morning, commissioners and chairperson. My name is Sonia Vigil. My last name is spelled V as in Victor, I-G-I-L. And I am here to speak about a charter school that is under renewal this year and my concerns of the infrastructural operations of the school. There's a lot of financial issues and concerns that I believe the commission and PED should be reviewing at South Valley Prep. First and foremost being that my business license was used in the 40th, 80th, and 120th NOVA submissions last year to fulfill the school business official requirement. I was not operating as the business manager for that school after the 39th day of school. When I attempted to do an inspection of public records request for a contract for a school business official who was conducting daily business at the school, all I got was a purchase order and an email stating that the purchase order was the contract. So I'm unable to verify who was conducting daily financial business for the school all last year. I apologize, I have COVID, so I'm having a hard time breathing here. I've also noticed that last month, the 4th of the 5 original GC members from last year have now resigned. And stress indicators that the commission looks at for these schools, this is definitely one of the indicators. I've noticed that the GC is not reconvening when they come back from closed session as required by the Open Meetings Act. I wanted to let you know, I also informed Ms. Corina Chavez last month that the head administrator at South Valley Prep worked almost the entire month of July without a contract. It wasn't until the July 26th meeting last month that the governing council approved the contract for the head administrator. So the concern becomes then who was signing contracts for the 12-month employees that began in July, who was reviewing and signing payroll for the month of July, and all the checks that were written for payables, who was signing those, who had authorization to do that. It is unclear when the head administrator's evaluation was done and completed last year. So I'm not sure if that is why the contract was held off for so long, But I just really would like to have it on public comment that there are some serious infrastructure deficiencies on the fiscal side at South Valley Prep. There's been, we're in the middle of audit right now, and I have done my fiduciary duty and reported concerns that I have. And I'm just not sure how a school can begin, how an administration can get into a second school year and without any kind of oversight from a governing council, from the New Mexico Public Ed Commission, from PED. Thank you for your time.
Next, we have Janet Van Koblain. If I find you. There you are. Please remember to spell your last name, and I'll start the timer when you are done spelling.
Janet Van Koblain. Last name is VAN space COBLIJN. Greetings, commissioners and representatives of PED and CSD. Sorry, I thought somebody was saying something. I'm sorry I couldn't be there today, but life intervenes, as well as this, shall we say, volunteer mission to right the wrongs of what is going on. Two things. I'm very interested in the statement that was read before public comment, because, and I will look up to see if it's on the meeting notes or meeting materials, because it is the antithesis of anything that is happening and has happened at Alma in the last year, especially, but probably years. And as I asked last time, how much longer does it need to go on? And I'm not asking necessarily the PEC, I'm asking the PEC, I'm asking PED, CSD, and all of those involved. How much longer does it need to go on? And to Ms. Vizheel, who just raised concerns, good luck, because it's really hard to get anyone to take notice and actually do something when all these egregious wrongs keep happening. And we daily get reports of the fact that the administration not only is not addressing things, but is doubling down on targeting and abusing students and staff, and probably parents. Second to that is, and it doesn't matter how many things we list that are of concern or whatever, because nothing seems to foster anything except, oh, we'll ask the administrator and or so on. But recently I was contacted by one of the governance council members on a completely unrelated issue. And during the conversation about the completely unrelated issue, it was mentioned by them that I know we're on opposite sides, but blah, 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 about what we were discussing. And I thought it was interesting, because why are we on opposite sides? Because the point of the governance council and the parent and community interest in the success of the school is just that. So yes, when it comes down to it, we're on opposite sides, not for the welfare of the children or the success of the school, but their insistence that it has to be done their way and their blind eye turned towards what is actually going on.
Janet, the timer has gone. Can you wrap it up, please?
Yes, that's all I have to say. And if next month I'm in Ecuador, I guess I'll be calling you from there. Good luck. I appreciate the work that you do and the limits that you have.
Next, we have speakers in the room. We will start with Jana Holguin. I'm getting these names correctly. I would like that to be reflected.
So noted. There it goes. Okay, good morning. My name is Jana Holguin, last name Holguin. My comment, I know, is a little over 2 minutes. I'll ask that you let me finish. Good morning, esteemed members of the public, well, I guess our afternoon now, of the Public Education Commission. As someone once told me, if one person tells you you have a tail, they're crazy. If 2 or 3 people tell you you're crazy, it may be a conspiracy. But if 4 or more people tell you you have a tail, you darn sure better turn around and look. There have been numerous people telling Alma they have a tail, yet no one's looking. Under this administration and governing council, Alma has faced a breach of contract, numerous corrective action plans, and serious financial issues highlighted by an external audit. Issues have been brought to the board's attention repeatedly, yet they have failed to act. The board was urged to step down if they're unwilling to make the necessary and difficult decisions in Alma's best interest. Unfortunately, we cannot vote them out like with public schools. I implore you, as the governing body responsible for charter schools, please do what is in your purview related to the ongoing concerns at Alma. Quit treating them with kid gloves and giving them month after month and creating forms and charts for them to submit information that was made clear months ago what was being requested. Some information was not even completed until 15 days ago. Update on my transcript request, despite the school's website claiming that they are processed every Friday after 4 requests in 6 weeks, they were curiously postmarked the day of the last PEC meeting. It wasn't enough when they removed public comment. Now they want to remove the public completely by having virtual only meetings. The administrator claimed they have not been able to conduct business at meetings, yet have voted on numerous matters. This is a contradiction. It seems that they want to conduct business out of the public view so that they are not called out for violations. For the OMA, all meetings of any public body except the legislature and courts shall be public meetings, and all persons desiring to shall be permitted to attend and listen to the deliberations and proceedings. Malachi, who tragically committed suicide on August 19th, 2023, was not disenrolled from the school until January 26, 2024. Explain why a child who died remained on the enrollment for 5 months after his death. He had an IEP, which means the school continued to receive special education funding for him during this period. Where did this money go? This raises serious questions about the integrity of Alma's enrollment data and financial practices. Why are there no consequences for this obvious fraud? How many other students who were kicked out did the school keep on the books for their enrollment data? The inability of other schools to obtain transcripts for the students further supports this claim. These issues were brought to the board's attention by several people, including a previous board member. Like other concerns brought to the board's attention, this was ignored. Such manipulation of enrollment data suggests financial malfeasance. Again, I implore you, please do something. Thank you.
I forgot somebody online before we come back to the room. So we have Shelley Richard. Sorry, Shelley, for skipping in.
Thank you. I got worried there for a second.
How do I know this?
My name is Shelley Richard, last name Richard. If you had asked me a couple of years ago if I thought charter schools were a great thing and a super important part of New Mexico's education, I would have said absolutely yes. I had the best experience at a charter school. I learned so much and got so much out of my high school education at a charter school. But today, my answer would be run for the hills. Do not send your child to a charter school because things can happen and no one is accountable for them. When schools systematically discriminate against children with disabilities, they can go years with no accountability. I do not understand how you can sit up there and say things like, our mission is for all students to have an equitable education. because it's not happening. Please, I'm begging you, do something. Thank you.
Thank you. And then to the room again, Michelle Trujillo.
I'm sorry if I get emotional. It's been a very hard couple of weeks. My name is Michelle Trujillo, Griego Trujillo, Griego-Trujillo. My son's name is Justin Griego Trujillo. The very first day of school this year, the Dean of Students handed my son a schedule. My son was following that schedule when fourth period came around and was almost ending. The Dean of Students sent another staff member to go get my son. And my son was told that his schedule had changed. When my son walked into the Dean of Students classroom, he was greeted with, "Oh, there you are. We thought you fell asleep somewhere in the building." On another day, the secretary was teaching that class. She asked the whole class to put their phones away. My son did just that. The Dean of Students then tried to confiscate his phone. My son did not allow it. So she then walked into his next classroom, told the teacher something, pointed at my son, and then went and sat behind him. Just on this Wednesday. Again, she was in one of his classrooms. My son's anxiety was triggered, so he asked if he could go to a safe place. He was not allowed, so he told the teacher he was going to go downstairs to the bathroom. The Dean of Students followed him to the bathroom and stood outside the door. My son waited until she walked to the stairs, ran to the elevator, went upstairs, apologized to his teacher, and he finished his day. Now on our paperwork, she's listed as a special education teacher. She has the psychological evaluation that me and my husband privately scheduled and took him to. That paperwork states he has social anxiety, general anxiety, and PTSD because a teacher previously had humiliated him, targeted him, and bullied him in front of other students. So having this paperwork, why is she causing more trauma? Why is she singling him out in front of other students? I've given administration and other staff members proof that my son has not been in the wrong, yet they're still trying to cover up what she's doing. I guess she sees the corrective action plan that we have them on as a joke. I mean, after all, why wouldn't she? They keep getting more and more chances and just light slaps on the wrist. If it was your child that was being put through this on a daily, would you then advocate? Would you then do something to the school? Thank you.
That concludes public comment.
We are on to item number 5, which is school highlights and spotlights. Commissioner Beck?
Yeah, I have a very quick one. I'd like to call out the Albuquerque School of Excellence. Last Saturday, they had a event where the kids came in and received Chromebooks and other technology due to a grant from Verizon. It was very successful. Renee Grout, who's a Albuquerque city councilor, was there in attendance. I wish I could have been. I had a family commitment, but I was there on Monday and congratulate him. So it's an awesome thing. Thank you.
We are now on to, we didn't have anything removed from the consent agenda. So we are on to 8, the introduction of new head administrators.
Thank you, Chair Gibson. If you could promote Mr. Jim Smith and Dr. Hidon. We'll start out with Jim Smith is the new Vista Grande High School head administrator. And as soon as he comes on, he can introduce himself to you all and you can introduce yourself to Mr. Smith. I got to have a great conversation with him. He and his family recently moved to Taos, and he's taking on this awesome challenge. I know he's going to knock it out of the park.
Hello, everybody. With an introduction like that, there's no expectations, right? Just kidding. That was a joke. Yeah, I'm very, very excited and fortunate to have the position of school director here at Vista Grande High School up in Taos. And my family and I have enjoyed our transition this far, both like fitting into the school and the school culture, as well as like the local community. I have 13 years in education. 10 of those 13 or 11 of those 13 years have been in Title I schools, predominantly working as a high school special education teacher in both like a more traditional mainstream setting, but as well as in an alternative high school and or charter school setting. Yeah, I can't say it enough. I'm just really excited and grateful for the opportunity to be a part of VGHS. I'm really excited to add to what we already have going on with our work-based learning and our dual enrollment opportunities with UNM Taos. I think it's fantastic that I live in a small rural town in northern New Mexico that has access to a local UNM campus. And I just want to lean further into that with our students in our community and see the positive ripple effects from that. I had a little idealism in my mid-20s and travel bug. So I quit teaching a couple of different times because I also wanted to try my hand at organic vegetable farming. I feel very fortunate to have landed at VGHS because we have a school farm, and it's a great opportunity for our school to learn more about outdoor education and place-based experiential education, as well as to work on how to produce food and get tied in with the local food web up here in Taos. So I can't say enough positives about this opportunity. While newer to the school and the community and to the state of New Mexico, I really am looking forward to continuously getting to know all of you through different opportunities and connections and building positive relationships. And yeah, just helping make my local education agency the best one possible and being a positive impact here with the Taos school system in general. So.
Commissioner Carrillo?
James, it's super nice to see you. Sorry I didn't get back to you earlier because I know you emailed me, but I knew I would see you at this meeting. And I look forward to coming up to the school. I was at the graduation ceremony, not this last year, but the year before.
Yeah.
And it was just really special. The number of kids was small, of course, but it was just a really special ceremony. So I look forward to being up at the campus. Jim, where did you come from? What state did you and your family move here from?
Yeah, we moved over and yeah, I really look forward to having you up. We're doing a land stewardship day, by the way, Wednesday, October 2nd. So if you're available, come on up. And that's for anybody, but Stephen, especially you, if you want to swing on up. Yeah, so we moved over from Salt Lake City. I worked in the Salt Lake City School District for the past 5 years, and I'm from northern Wisconsin originally, and I met my wife at a wedding when I was living up in Alaska, and that's how I ended up in Salt Lake. And she has, or her parents have retired to Taos, so that put Taos on my map because otherwise I'd just heard of Taos being a place where Julia Roberts likes to hang out, apparently. And so, anyways, that's a long story of that. I was on the sustainability committee for the last couple of years for the Salt Lake City School District. And through that, we were flirting with a group called Green Schools National Network. And that's how I got led to the opportunity of working with Vista Grande High School, because Vista partners with Green Schools National Network. So it's been kind of serendipitous the way that it's all shook out. Like our kids got into a local daycare that we're really excited on. And yeah, things have just lined up very well. So.
Really happy to hear that. You know, one of the things that some of our schools could learn from you is because, as I understand it, your schedule adapts to the Native American calendar and different festivals and different things that you have up there. So kids don't have to be marked absent to be able to, follow their faith and follow who they are. And there are so many schools that have such high absenteeism in some of our rural tribal areas because their districts don't make allowances and schedule their calendar around this. So I'm really, that's one of the things that really stands out to me about your school. And I'm going to put the October 2nd thing on the calendar because that sounds super fun.
Yeah, that we'd love to have you. I really mean that, and especially because too, that's it's before the weather traditionally flips into like rain, snow, coldness. So should be a beautiful day. So yeah, and just and speaking on that too about of the Native American like the Taos Pueblo culture and just being able to embrace that and not have it be it's really authentic. It's not a lip service. What my I'm new to the position and I've been learning and drinking from the fire hydrant, so to say, but we really seem to have that tradition of leaning into that and utilizing that awesome resource to support our Taos Pueblo students, but also just to support all of our students that are coming from different facets of the Taos community. So,
well, thank you very much and welcome.
yeah, thank you for having me.
So thanks. Just wanted to say welcome. We were excited when Vista Grande decided to move over to be state authorized. Some big shoes to fill with Isabel.
Yeah.
You know, I think there were a group of us that said, well, she's someone we want to go sit down and have a beer with. So
Yeah.
we're hoping you're of the same mind, at some point in time.
Definitely. Yeah, I like beer and I like coffee in appropriate settings. And the one big difference between Isabel and I would say, is that she is a Vikings fan and I am a diehard Green Bay Packers fan. So as long as we can agree to disagree, if that's going to be an issue, we can agree on other stuff. So
Okay, fair enough.
yeah.
So thanks so much. I guess I'm going to ask if you've got Birkenstocks yet.
I don't. I have extra tufts from when I lived up in Anchorage, Alaska. That it's a little sweaty to wear them right now, but otherwise I've been rocking my Chacos. My wife does have Birkenstocks though, so she's fitting in really well.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
And welcome once again.
Thank you.
Dr. Hidon?
Yes, so we also have Dr. Hidon, who is the new head administrator at Raices del Saved's Shinatzli School. He also brings an impressive resume, and I had an opportunity to chat with him, and I know he's going to do some great things at Raices. Dr. Hidon, you want to unmute and share more about yourself?
Good morning, everybody, and especially to members of the commission. I appreciate the opportunity to be present today. Just to let you know a little bit about myself, this is my 40th year in education. I came out of retirement after 2 years. I had retired after 8 years as principal of Gadsden High School in the Gadsden Independent School District. And I retired with the intention of completing my doctorate that had been pending for some time. And I completed that last December of 2023. And the intention was always, after I completed that doctorate, that I was going to look for an opportunity to continue to work. And this school has a unique mission in terms of its 90-10 dual language model, with the integration of the Chinachli pedagogy, Chinachli curriculum integrated into all of the instruction. And so I'm very excited to be here at the school and being able to work on that, because I have a lot of familiarity with it. And one of my previous assignments at an elementary school in Texas, Canutillo, Texas, I had worked with one of the teachers here, Mr. Carlos Aceves, in the implementation of the Chinachli curriculum at that school, and had been very successful with it. So I'm very familiar with it. I do want to let you know that I'm very focused on the mission of the school and driving that and resourcing that and supporting that as extensively as we can with the resources we have to ensure that we're implementing a very powerful dual language program with the integration of the Chinachli component. One way that I've already reached out to a number of organizations, including Dual Language Education New Mexico, to seek support in supporting teachers with PD that is very focused on the 90-10 model. I've also looking to initiate an intervention program with children that looks at developing leadership with them, and that's in the works now. And I can tell you that I'm very excited to be here because the staff is very focused on making this mission work. Organizations can have critical mass that makes change possible. And I feel like everybody is on board and is moving forward, and I'm excited about that. Now, a little bit of about my previous background. Out of my previous 39 years, I've worked at high school teaching. I've been an assistant principal at high school. I've been an assistant principal at elementary. I've been a principal at elementary. I've been a director of bilingual ESL and foreign language instruction. I've taught university classes. I've been a director of curriculum and I've been a director for college career readiness programs and also for the dual credit programs for 3 high schools. And my last assignment was principal of a high school. So I've had a variety of experiences in districts that are small, about 3,000 students, to a mid-sized rural district of about 14,000, and to a large urban district of 45,000 students. And so I'm very, very excited to be here. And I think that there's going to be a tremendous opportunity to see some phenomenal achievements, even more than what the school has accomplished. We're going to be able to guide it forward and start ensuring that we are holding true to the mission of the school. Thank you.
Well, thank you, and welcome once again. I had the opportunity to meet with Dr. Hiron, I guess about 2 weeks ago, but certainly have followed the success story of Gadsden School District. So if anyone is not familiar, Gadsden done an incredible job of turning that school district around and honoring the community that they serve as well. But they have been spotlighted at the LESC and around the state for the work that they have done. So when I heard that this was the candidate that was coming to races, I was really excited for, and the fact that his experience is very much with Shinachli, excuse me, as well. That just is, the cherry on top of the sundae. So I'm really excited. Meeting with Dr. Hiron, he was immersed already, and he was in the trenches, and his excitement was infectious. And I hope that continues beyond that first week of school. So I just want to say thank you so much for coming back and wanting to serve this community, because it really, really is important. And I know the charter community in Las Cruces is small but connected. And I really appreciate that about them. They communicate, they share, and that's really, it's really important. And I also appreciate the fact that now we have Val from PCS&M in Cruces. So that helps to kind of glue things together a bit in terms of the communication. So thanks. Commissioner Brower.
Thank you, Dr. Gibson. Dr. Hiron, it's nice to meet you. My name is Alan Brower. I'm one of the commissioners here. I just want to say what a great pickup for this school. It's so great, like to hear what your experiences as a leader, and it's just such a great resume to hear. And I know it's going to bring so much strength and heart to the school. And so thank you very much. I also have a deeper connection with Raices, Dr. Hiron. I worked with Lucia and Carlos as they were creating the charter application along with their team there when I worked for NACA Inspired School. So I'm very intimate with this school. And so for me, I'm the biggest cheerleader of our schools that I supported. And I'm also, to make sure that I can sleep at night, I also want to point out places where they can do even better. And congratulations first off on 40 years. I'm going to ask you to stay for at least 45 years. Because this school needs people. They've gone through a lot of principals, as you know. They've gone through a lot of head administrators, as you know. And I have so much hope and so much promise for this, but I wanted to just share on the record with you that I really am hopeful that the team and you can look together and find longevity and find stability in the head administrator role at this school, because our students deserve it down there at Raíces. And your resume brings so much. And so I just wanted to share that. And I also wanted to share, back in the day in 2017, I think I went to the school in Conotillo, Texas. We went there. That's where Carlos was also doing the Shanashli training. And we went there during their planning year, prior to application year. It was just a beautiful school to go to and see a lot of the things that were happening just south of the border of New Mexico. And so congratulations and good luck with the next 5 years that you're going to be here for. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Carrillo.
It's a pleasure to meet you, Dr. Hiron. I'm Steve Carrillo. I'm a commissioner representing most of the north, Santa Fe, Rio, Libre, Taos counties. So first off, that's a really cool Hoyareta that you're sporting. I'm just looking at that thinking, man,
Yes.
that's great. But for those that don't know, maybe on the commission, Gadsden Schools, and you were part of this definitely, consistently knocks it out of the park. They defy all the odds. They don't make excuses because they have all ELLs and free and reduced lunch. And Think New Mexico constantly points Gadsden out, as well as Texaco, for just saying these aren't obstacles. They don't look at everything as an overwhelming challenge. These are all just kids that we know can do exceptionally well, and we're going to make sure that they do that. And so I'm really happy to hear that you're joining our state charter school family at Raíces, and I'm looking forward to 5 years as well, because as you know better than anyone, Dr. Caron, continuity is so important for staff and kids. And thank you very much.
Yes, sir. One of the things that I'm planning on is really building the leadership here, because I want to make sure that there's a succession process built and produced, and there are people prepared on campus to step into leadership roles, regardless of whether it's head of the school or other leadership roles that are needed here as we continue forward. Yes.
Super. Thank you.
Hi, Dr. Haran. My name is Becca Burt. I am also just going to echo what Commissioner Bauer said, that what a great catch for the school. I mean, all of your expertise, it actually feels like it's like building up for this. And I know actually, and you being from Gadsden for a while, I'm sure you're aware of the hardships of being part of a change agent and the pushback you get on that kind of stuff. So it's even more encouraging that you kind of helped go through that as well and can see that. And I know it's hard when you're coming into a new community or a new area, and then you want to make changes. It's difficult. So grateful that not only are you willing to do that and use your expertise to help all the students, but that you came out of retirement to do it. So I'm very grateful for that. And yeah, so excited to have you there. And what an incredible, I'm so proud of your board for finding you and hiring you. So congratulations to that board as well for having a great hiring process to get you there.
Thank you.
So thank you once again, and thank you for taking your time out of your busy day to log in with us. We appreciate it. And I'm sure I'll see you soon.
I'm looking forward to it.
Thanks. Have a good day. We are on to item number 8, which is discussion and possible action on Horizon Academy West's request for an enrollment cap increase.
Thank you, Chair Gibson. Share my screen. Horizon Academy West is requesting approval to increase its cap from 500 to 521 students. Given the size of the school, it is a small increase. The school, as of 120 days last spring, the school was serving 457 students. They received 7 new applications, and 21 students would have to be turned away if their cap was not increased. This is a spotlight school. Their overall performance framework rating was meet standard for 23-24, which is the first year of their contract. The addition of students will not require any additional staff resources or budgeting. The school can accommodate these students, and the CSD recommends approval.
And just to be clear, when it did come up, the school was anticipating asking for the enrollment cap increase. So when budget discussions were taking place, they accommodated for that in the budget. This obviously is going to occur after the school year is starting. They knew that. They had the conversation with the parents that, it's like any other, you won the lottery and the notification goes out and the student either comes or doesn't at this moment in time. But it's not a huge ask. So, Commissioner Carrillo.
I'm just curious, given the wait list and the number of kids that are clearly interested in going to your school, why only 21? I mean, I know that's the number of kids you wanted to accept this year to make space for, but it would seem like, why not 50? Because you have, I know that might require more staff or whatever later, but I mean, I completely support this. I want these kids to go to your school, but just something to think about for the future so you don't always have to come back.
So with our, thank you for the question. So with our building capacity, that would actually cap us out. We wouldn't have to build, we wouldn't have to look at other resources, all of those things. And so really, honestly, that would be the max at this moment, unless we started to build.
I see. Thank you. I can do a motion if you want. Okay, ready to make a motion? I move that the PEC accept the enrollment cap increase for Horizon Academy West in the meeting materials as item number 9, and that the increase be reflected as an amendment to the charter contract.
Second. There's a motion by Commissioner Carrillo and a second by Commissioner Gibson. If there's no further discussion, Commissioner.
Yes. Commissioner Brower,
Yes.
Commissioner Munis,
Yes.
Commissioner Burt,
Yes.
Commissioner Ingham,
Yes.
Vice Chair Carrillo,
Yes.
Chair Gibson,
Yes.
Secretary Beck, yes. There are 8 votes for, 0 votes against. The motion passes.
Very much. Congratulations, and I hope those kiddos come in when they get notified.
Thank you, Ms.
Thank
Chantal.
you. Thank you so much.
We are now on to item number 10, which is discussion and possible action under the intervention ladder, including review of the corrective action plan for Alma de Arte Charter High School. So come on up, folks.
Who are those people in the third row on the right?
Chair Gibson, would you like CSD to do an overview to start with, or, okay, thank you. Starting at the top, let me share my screen. So the Alma's corrective action plan contains 18 items. Many of these we are going to move past pretty quickly because there has been no change since the last review at the June meeting. Item 1, still pending, no change. Item 2, we have reviewed the plan and rated the school meets on this indicator. Item 3, special ed compliance. This is a complicated one. The Office of Special Education visited the school on July 30th to conduct an audit of their IEPs. And OSC found a number of issues. They issued a report on August 9th. There were a few discrepancies in the report, and I reached out to OSC to clarify these, and I was advised that OSC needs to revise its report, that the percentages in the compliance tables on pages 6 through 13 or 7 through 13 are not correct, and OSC is going to update those. However, Miguel Lozano, the attorney for OSC, informs me that the issues identified on the last 2 pages of the report, pages 14 and 15, are accurate. Those are issues that OSC found in the IEPs, and they stand by them. There are currently 4 corrective action plans open with the Office of Special Education. 2 of those relate to parent complaints. One of them, they both are still open, and they have deadlines in August, September, October, and the final deadline is November for both of those special ed complaints. There are also 2 corrective action plans with OSE.
Okay, I'm sorry, I might have missed something. I thought the 2 special ed complaints were completed.
The reports I have that are in your Google
Oh,
Drive,
Caps aren't
the
complete.
caps aren't.
Findings have, so that I misinterpreted.
Yes,
I
there
got you.
is a report with findings, but
Gotcha.
corrective actions are ongoing.
Okay,
And the caps should be closed in November. There are also 2 other caps on 2 of the special education indicators, indicator 4, suspension and expulsion, and indicator 13, secondary transition. Those corrective action plans have deadlines upcoming on August 30th and September 30th. I'm not sure when they will be closed, but the final deadlines in the OSE meets with the school every 2 weeks to update that. And the school might be able to provide more information. Cheryl, is there anything you want to add? Not to special ed. So number 4.
so before we move on, I just think it's easier if we take things item by item so that we're not just going back and we can clear out. Is Miguel Lozano on?
He is.
Okay.
He is.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, you are on. I'm so used to you being in a little square box. So, thank you. And can we make some space for these folks? I didn't know he brought a posse with him. It's like, oh. And I apologize because most of you I didn't recognize, so thank you. So once again, thanks for coming. The green light has to be on, and if you can just introduce yourself, spell your last name for the record, and you just have to do it the first time you speak.
Madam Chair, thank you for having us. My name is Miguel Lozano. I serve as Chief Counsel for the Office of Special Education here at the Public Education Department. With me is the Assistant Deputy Director of the Office of Special Education, Rhea Gill, the Deputy Director of the Office of Special Education, Tyree Jenkins, Dr. Tyree Jenkins, and Assistant General Counsel, Natalie Campbell. If you have, I'm open to questions, Madam Chair. Happy to answer anything that we're able to, and we'll possibly turn over to the program folks if needed.
So I appreciate the information. I guess my questions are more about when trends are identified. It's difficult for me to put a finger and say, is it really a problem? So that's where I need some fleshing out of, because at the end of the day, we want to make sure the kids are being served. And I think that's what the school wants. At least I have that hope that that's what the school wants. That at the end of the day, that's what we want to see happening. And for me, I mean, I've been an educator, I've, on IEP review teams and everything, but when I look at some of these reports, it's sometimes tough to flesh out what's the real concern. Where are we highlighting what the school needs to do? Because from that information, I didn't really, so part of my question is, what's the expectation as a result of this report for the school? Is that coming from your office, that there's going to be expectations set and any, because I think the school needs to know, now we've got this, where do we go from there with it? So if you could just do some explaining of that.
Sure, absolutely, Madam Chair. So with respect to any findings of non-compliance under the IDEA, there's a requirement that corrective action be completed within as soon as possible, but no later than a year. So this report, the audit itself, the report, it indicates a number of areas for concern, areas for improvement. So the Office of Special Education, given the timing of all of this, has not addressed a corrective action plan or has decided how and whether to push in technical assistance to the school directly. But we do now understand that there are some significant issues. As you speak of the word trend, in this case, we were able to pull a pretty significant sample size of the students at the school, the students with disabilities at the school, given that it's a fairly small total population. And so we were able to identify some similarities in the IEPs that contain non-compliance. You'll see that further outlined in the report. But I think we don't use the term, certainly don't use the term consequences. Our idea is to correct the action, improve the systems at the schools with respect to their IEPs. There's also a piece to this where we conducted universal desktop monitoring for all our LEAs in the state and did some additional work around child find and discipline and things like that. So it's not just the IEP areas that we would address, but certainly the Office of Special Education is going to look at these findings and determine what action is needed, required by the school to correct the findings. And that is both respect to systemic noncompliance and also noncompliance with respect to each individual student.
So, not to pin you down, but looking at some kind of time frame so that we have a better understanding and the school has a better understanding. So is the process going to look like OSE will reach out to the school and have a conversation about what that looks like and a time frame? And when might that be finalized?
Definitely would not want to commit to any time frame. The reason for that is because we don't know exactly what the corrective action will be. So we try to provide reasonable time for the school to correct action. But yes, the process would be that the OSC would communicate with the school regarding this report. Obviously, we talked about revisions had to be made, but in general, sort of determining what action needs to be taken. To their credit, Alma de Arte has already communicated with me that they want to sit down and talk about these findings and understand what the issues were. And so I think that will happen in short order. We definitely want to ensure that the report is correct so everybody's of the same understanding. But the OSC will move in to support through corrective action as soon as feasible.
Okay, thanks. Because, and I'm sure it's a lot of people's, the concern is, especially when there's not services being provided. And now you come back and it's like, oh, well, you owe the student 90 hours. That's not providing quality for the student. That it's, yeah, you're obligated to do that, but did we really serve the student well by just saying, okay, here's, and it was an issue a while back, and saying, oh, students going to come in on Saturdays, students going to come in during the summer, whose world is that happening in? And where is the real benefit to the students? So that's where I have challenges when these corrective action plans get created and time goes on and the servicing isn't happening, but I also know you need to get it right. So, Dr. Amador,
Madam
and
Chair,
don't
if I
forget
may.
you have to introduce yourself.
Dr. Adam Amador, AMADOR. I think one of the issues that the school has is feedback. So these same records have been reviewed 3 times in the last 6 months, and we have not been provided feedback. So if we don't get feedback, and when I bring in, us sped teachers or to review IEPs, there's 6 people on our side that are reviewing these as well, and they're saying, well, they match the IEPs at this school or this school or this school. So I have a cause for concern when there's inconsistencies even in schools, because then again, I'm like, we didn't get feedback from the May request. So how can we fix anything without feedback? And then we got this report that we're saying, I don't understand half of it. And now I'm finding that there's inconsistencies in the report. So then how do we correct in a timeline for the student if even the reporting is incorrect or inconsistent? So these are the issues on the school side that we have, is we're not getting feedback, if at all. And then when we do, it's in a manner that is inconsistent, incorrect, and that we don't understand. So these are issues for us on this side, right? On when we have a 48-hour notice that we're getting a team coming to our school, we don't know what they're looking for. There's no criteria provided. And coming into Alma, we all knew that there was a SPED issue. There's been SPED issues there, right? So when we have IEPs and then we're getting audited in the middle of the years where IEPs have already been held in the fall, how do you go back and have 30 IEPs to correct? And then how do you do that without adequate feedback from the charter school division or the Office of Special Education? So these are the issues on the other side that the schools encountered. And to my requests, especially for me, did not get feedback. So this is a systemic problem on this side as well, and not just only for compliance, but show me the Cadillac IEP. And this has been my request from the commission, the charter school division, and the Office of Special Education. Give me the book that has everything correct so we can do it. And that's kind of where I'm at right now, is please provide us feedback, adequate feedback and timely feedback, because if not, the students will continue to suffer if we don't know exactly what they're looking for or want us to fix at the same time. Thank you.
And I'll let Mr. Lozano speak to that, but I'm going to speak to, our school division does not review IEPs. They're not the experts on IEPs, and they don't review IEPs. So that there should be no communication from the charter school division about whether an IEP is good, bad, or indifferent, because we clearly do not do that. We can't provide any guidance for a good, bad IEP because that's not what we do. We have acknowledged it was a challenge for us for a number of years, but we've made it very clear. We don't have staff that's certified to be able to do that. That is what OSE does. And any communication regarding that has to come back and forth between the school and special ed, because they are the folks that are the experts of what they do, and we don't interfere with making any judgments about that. That's why they're here today, to offer their expert opinions on this and what the best steps forward. We don't make the best steps forward because that's not our area of expertise. That's what we're relying on these folks for. So, Mr. Lozano, do you want to speak to any of that?
I'll comment briefly, Madam Chair. I think one of the things to note is that the May universal monitoring, Alma de Arte is actually the first school that received any. We're still working through all the LEAs to issue findings from that monitoring. So the July 30 on-site visit was obviously directed. We were compiling that information as soon as possible for the PEC, and so the report is an outgrowth of that. The Office of Special Education has pushed in support to Alma through the IEP project. Dr. Amador has spoken about that in the past. So to say that there has been no support is patently false. But the thing about the IEP project, and I believe this commission possibly has asked for more information about that. We view them as a technical assistance provider, and so it is not in our interest to sort of have them go to Alma and monitor necessarily. They're there to help them improve IEPs. And so what we got out of that is at the time that Alma simply was not in a place where it was ready to receive appropriate technical assistance. There were too many sort of other problems that Dr. Almador has noted, certainly, and others have noted that that prevented them from really having a significant impact. That's not to say the IEP project couldn't go back in and help. That's not to say that OSC directly cannot go back in and help, but we have in the past periodically and continuously tried to work with Alma de Arte to improve their IEP systems.
So, because I'm not 100% clear on this, where does MLSS fit in to all of this? Because I know there's, you know, I celebrated when that system was being rolled out, because to me, it was really the first time that PED said, we're creating this really wide, there was a wide scope of support and help. And I really thought this was really, to me, with my experience with PED, the first time that it was less of a real compliance piece and more of, let's help us all get better. And so I'm not really sure what your office's role is in that system.
So I can't really speak to the intricacies of MLSS. It's definitely a program issue. Assistant Deputy Director Gil may able to, but in terms of where it lies, it's actually sort of both before and during the special education process. So one of the layers itself may be the implementation of special education for students, but MLSS evaluations can occur when a student is receiving layer 1 supports, layer 2 supports, layer 3 supports, and they would continue on potentially even when the student is receiving special education. So MLSS as an intervention platform or sort of system is really engaged at quality instruction, in differentiated intervention at specific levels, and that could potentially be supported or inclusive of special education.
So does your office engage in that?
It's I would say a collaboration.
Okay.
Yeah, Madam Chair, it's actually a club.
Good morning, everybody. Again, my name is Rhea Gill, Assistant Deputy Director for the Office of Special Education.
Yeah. Don't have to get too close. We get hollered at.
Yeah, I don't want to blast anyone out. So actually, currently MLSS is a partnership right now between curriculum and instruction and the Office of Special Education. So it's new, actually. We're implementing that through a program called SWIFT. And so MLSS actually isn't considered just a special education system. It's a general education system. And as Chief Counsel said, it could be level 2, level 1, level 2, or level 3. So right now we're putting in those systems because it's new. Since
It's new because it had been voluntary.
Yes.
So when did it become mandatory? Last year, or is it this year?
It's not, we're actually
not there yet?
We're working with 2 districts right now, Gadsden and Cuba right now. To implement the MLSS system. And so they're the 2 districts that we're currently working with, and then it will expand, but it's new right now as far as, eventually becoming.
Okay,
something
because at
that's
one
national.
time, I'm going to say probably about 3 years ago,
Yeah.
there were, I guess, MLSS leads, for lack of something else to refer to them, because I remember having conversations with some, excuse me, that came out of the REC that were assigned charter schools. Do those people exist anymore?
So, Madam Chair, MLSS is now solidified in state rule. It is a requirement. The implementation that Assistant Deputy Director Gill is speaking of is really improving entire systems around that framework. But as it stands, every school district is required to have policies around MLSS. And so the quality of that at this point, we're with the curriculum instruction division within the public education department generally is in charge of the MLSS systems, and it collaborates with Office of Special Education to the extent those two areas blend.
Just a quick question. What is MLSS?
So I'm
Multi-layered.
actually, yeah.
What was the sample?
I didn't see anything about it in the reports or in anything, so I'm wondering if there's a way we can, because I think it's confusing to go so deep into.
I was trying to see if there was support for the cap that's going to come forward and the concerns that have been raised for special ed. Are there supports built into the MLSS system that's going to help the school?
Yeah, no,
I,
that's not what it's for.
I would
That's not what
prefer to
MLSS
answer
is,
that.
but that's
Yeah.
not what MLSS is built for.
Is MLSS?
Multi-layered,
It's,
multi-layered support system.
Got
Madam
it.
Chair,
Thank you.
if I may, I can speak a little bit to that from the practitioner side. So I was an MLSS leader in Lordsburg when I was a principal at RBT Elementary. So what it does is it starts assessing students immediately. So you still have the 3 tiers, right? Just remember the RTI process. We just changed the name to it, right? We just changed the name, and then we brought in more community family supports, right? So we were one of the pilot schools in 2019. So I think, as I shared with you all at Alma, MLSS there was not the first step taken for it to have been implemented. This is why we're running into a lot of issues with identifying students, with support interventions, because when that system's not in place, those things don't get addressed, right? So observing everything last year, we're putting that system in place. So right now, I'll give you an example. The students are building the norms for their classrooms, right? So then there's a little bit of community input. The parents are going to be giving input on the student handbook. They haven't had that opportunity, right? So there's things that the MLSS requires us to do in that process. Stay student-centered, stay student-focused, but how are we also involving the learning community as well, right? And then high-quality professional development is one, right? Making sure that we're getting high-quality programming into the school. And so those things are happening, but they can't happen overnight. It takes a little bit of time. So in my review, now I'm starting that MLSS process. It's going to really enhance our ability to operate under the auspices or caps with special ed, because then we will have data. And I think that was an issue that Commissioner Burt brought up last time. First, there was no data that Alma had. Now we're getting data heavy. So we're working on exit tickets. We're looking at everything we're doing, trends in attendance, why kids aren't coming to school, how they're coming to school, why they don't want to come to school. And then that's assisting us in the process, right? But it takes a team, and it takes a while to get that implemented. So if it was fully on 2020, 2021, that was 4 years ago, and Alma hadn't taken the first step yet towards MLSS. So unfortunately, while we're behind, this is where we end up on the caps, because no data is taken. And I think, as I had shared with Council Lozano, when at the first cap, he was asking us for data, and I said, sir, there's none, right? There's no data from the teachers. And another thing on their report was they reported teachers are saying kids are doing great. That's not measurable, right? So we've had to go in and tell the teachers, we need data from your classroom, right? That's not easy to do, because then why are you questioning my teaching? I've been doing this for 20 years. So those are things we run into in the transformation process, from data collection to collecting data and using it to enhance teaching and learning, right? So that's in a nutshell, that's what it does. We're not there yet at Alma. We're getting there. It takes a little bit. And these are the results of not having that MLSS process in place. No data, no service. And Dr. De Leon, I think, has.
Thank you.
Introduce yourself for the first time.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Vanessa De Leon, last name lowercase d, e space capital Leon, attorney for Alma de Arte. Thank you. Thank you for the floor. So, Madam Chair, a couple of clarifications. Earlier, you mentioned that the Charter School Division is separate from the Office of Special Education, and that the Charter School Division is not involved within direct monitoring or direct visits, citations, what have you, within the charter schools. Within this past visit that Alma had, the Tier 1 monitoring, we did have the Charter School Division present.
Correct. She was present, but she didn't review IEPs and she wasn't there in support of what I said was no charter school division staff person reviews IEPs and makes any recommendations to us to say their IEPs aren't complete. They're the only way that they report to us about IEPs is if OSE. But a charter school division staff person being present in the room doesn't mean they are actively involved in the review. Because it is my firm understanding that, and the report clearly says that Cheryl was there, but she did not look at any IEPs.
So for the record, Madam Chair, could we clarify the purpose of why Ms. Rowe was at the visit?
I wasn't involved in that decision.
Chair Gibson, I was, I wanted for one of my staff people to be there because we have visited Alma in the past, and I just wanted them to merely be present to observe what OSE was doing at the school, and perhaps maybe introduce people if needed, but she didn't take a role in terms of the review at that time. She was just present.
Thank you for that, Madam Chair. One more clarification. So on the cap, within show special education compliance, the expected outcomes and the metrics are clearly delineated in relation to the special education cap. However, there was a change from the June Public Education Commission meeting to this one, where the previous report from Alicia Hatch is no longer in place and appears that it was replaced by the OSC investigation visit that occurred recently.
Materials, is that what you're referencing?
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry, I had my Zoom on. I didn't have the meeting materials up, so I have to look.
Thank you.
Chair Gibson, we were advised that the report from Ms. Hatch was technical assistance to the school and was not a compliance report. It was not evaluative.
Well, that's okay. I wasn't sure what report you wrote, but now that's the report that came through the grant program. And when we questioned that report, the REC that was managing the report said that that was just technical assistance. So that was removed because it didn't apply to the cap. All that was, it wasn't a, in any case, it wasn't any evaluation of the IEPs. So that was purely technical assistance. So it did not answer any piece of the corrective action plan.
If I may, Madam Chair, the LEA respectfully disagrees. Alicia Hatch's report, actually the project itself is called IEP project, and there's specific opportunities for improvement that identify areas within an IEP that need addressing.
Madam
Let me,
Chair, if I may.
just 1 second, let me just
Yep,
clarify what's in the folder. So in the intervention folder, there are 4 subfolders. And folder number 3 has all of the reports from outside entities. There's a subfolder for special ed. The report that you are talking about is there. The audit that you recently provided is in there, and the 2 special ed individual caps are there. So all of the documents are in the intervention folder. So I don't know where it would have been replaced, but that's where it is. Maybe it was reorganized.
Respectfully, Chair Gibson, I do not believe Ms. Hatch's report is in that folder, only Office of Special Education reports. I actually only obtained the full report from Ms. Hatch and her associate at SWREC yesterday from.
Document that, it's the document we were provided, I believe, by the school is under folder 3, final report, special ed, and then it's 10-10-23 sped report grant, because Dr. Amador has referenced that document numerous times. There's in fact been quite a.
Okay, I did not know that the way the document was named, I didn't know what it was. And it's also, it's not complete. It's only the October.
I'm not sure. I'm just telling you
Okay,
that that's what
okay.
we received from Dr. Amador.
Okay,
So it hasn't been removed from
it
the
hasn't been.
materials.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. I think that really what the LEA respectfully requests for the Public Education Commission to consider is that the metric within the cap was identified specifically to the special education caps. And prior, it did include the IEP project, which involved Alicia Hatch. But in terms of the CSD review, which identifies the LEA as does not meet, the question really begs to ask is, will the CSD and PC continually add new metrics or change the metrics? Because in all fairness to the LEA, if you are telling the LEA that you will evaluate them based on their special education cap, then equitable practice would say that is what the evaluation then depends on, not additional information, which will result in continual caps, not just for this LEA, but setting precedents for other LEAs.
When there's new information, special education is not a one-time thing and you're done and you did it once right and you're good to go. If there's new information and things are not done right today, and we get that information, yes, it will be added, always. I mean, we cannot ignore when there's new information. That was October 10th, was that report. If that gets fixed, great. If during that time process, and I know this is once again, I do know, I have an idea in my head of the state of the school when you started. And I know you're starting in a deficit and growing, and you're also like you're finding things out as you go too. We're in the same space as you, but we can't be like, oh, well, you did fix that. Great. Here's new information. This is not serving kids in the appropriate way. But we're going to ignore that for now because you did do that right. You did fix that. So we're just going to not do that. So it's not that it's not intentional, like if we had all the information when we first start and there's no new information that gets presented, then no, the bar doesn't move. It stays exactly there. But we're getting new information as you're finding it as well, right? You're discovering new information. You have more people coming in and unearthing some of these things that, once again, may be historical, but are still affecting students today. And that's like, at the end of the day, it's not like to go back and be like, oh, you didn't do enough. You didn't do enough. You didn't do enough. And that's not the purpose. But we can't ignore when there's new information. And so I understand, like, I know we've heard this from other schools before. I can try to put myself in your shoes and feel that like bar moving. I have 2 teenage girls. It feels like my bar as a parent gets moved every day and they're never good enough, right? And it's not fun, but at the end of the day, it is, this is the most important work. I think we're all here because we believe education is the most important work that we can do in another child's life, right? Another person, like for our society, for everyone. So I don't think it's like this punitive thing. It's okay, now we saw this too, let's go ahead and move. The only thing that I was concerned by of like worrying about MLSS at all was I do see there are issues with the current students who have IEPs. And I see that as being a higher priority. And so I don't want to necessarily add in like, you haven't done MLSS, right? Okay, you need to do that. And that's part of it. Like, you need to do it. But for me, I'm like, I do want to stay like really focused on there's certain parts of this that are organizational process that just could be done better, best practices, better practices. But then there's some that are legalities that are, and those are, it's a different level, if that makes sense.
Yes, ma'am, I understand that. And to your point with the legalities, the charter school has a contract, right? It has to fulfill. Okay, and so we have to do all these things at once. There's no, this is the priority. These things have to be done at once, right? Since my first meeting here and listening to all the concerns and the concerns of the school, as you say, historic, right? So where has the accountability been in the past? One, let's have that talk. Okay, and as we found out in the last meeting, we only really uncover stuff when there's a complaint. So you guys don't really know until somebody starts complaining what's going on, like just like I didn't know, right? We knew there were problems, and I just want to share, we are making great gains. Make no mistake about that. To do what I've done in the last 12 months at Alma is less than a miracle, whether people agree or not. But the data that we're providing, the environment that we're providing, the programs that we're providing for students, they're second to none in what we do, right? And so that's the concern that I have, is we're not looking at that. We're looking at this, and there's a continuation of this. And so my thing has always been, I've asked for help. I've asked for assistance. It's not being new to the charter side. It's being new to the processes and how fast they change in New Mexico, right? And they change very fast. It's either a rule, a law, or a statute that changes very fast. And then our reporting systems are different than the public school side, right? That's not an excuse. It's just my ask to everybody when I got hired was, can we provide an onboarding system for this so you know where all the curveballs are going to come from? That's cool. I'll either take them or I'll hit them. But either way, I would like to be informed. So in the process of going on, I have asked, the website was the first issue, okay? I have asked, can you, the state provide me a guide plan or whatever of what needs to be on the website? That has not happened, okay? I haven't got, well, maybe you should put this, or here's the guidelines. No, give me the example. So the second thing is the attendance policy. Give me the perfect attendance policy from a district, because my colleagues don't even have one that's updated. That hasn't happened either. And I've asked for those things, right? I've asked for examples of the letters. Even if we came to our general counsel and asked, let's write a perfect letter for this, who has them, and then share them with me. I'll update them, right? Our board has moved very fast in approving policy, right? That should take months, first read, second read, third read, but to meet caps, we're pushing policy through that haven't been done in years, right? So let's consider all this. And that's all I'm asking. I came here for help, right? I came here for assistance, and it's been punitive rather than this is the direction to go. Here's your guidance, Dr. Amador. Here's what you can do, or here's people to talk to. We're not getting that on this side of the house. And so that's been my ask. We're complying with everything, but on my end, it does feel like a moving target, right? And I agree with you. I agree with you that maybe this stuff's there, but again, give us the direction and guidance and coaching to where we can grow in that process.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr.
Commissioner
Miller.
Brower. Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh.
Commissioner Brower had his hand up.
Okay,
Thank
yes,
you,
Commissioner.
Madam Chair, Dr. Amador. Thank you for those comments. And I agree with you. I think how I interpret what you said, you're doing work. You did, and I'm the one who said you owned it the day you took this job, and you still own it. It doesn't matter what happened the first 20 years of this school. It's yours now, and you live in it.
Yeah.
And that means your feet are on fire. And I do think that you have your feet on fire in a lot of ways in this. So your work is important. You're making shifts. That can be true at the same time as it may not be sufficient yet.
Right.
And so it's good, yet insufficient.
Right.
And that is just the reality of education.
Yes, sir.
It's the reality of farming, my living. I think that I don't want us to conflate what the role of the commission is. This happens in public comment every single time. It happens with our schools. Of what our role really is as a commission. We're an authorizing body. We are a compliance body. We do provide technical assistance where we can, but that is not an open menu of options for all the resources that we could provide. The person that was behind you, Matt Paul, his group, they are a great resource. Your peers, I know you just talked about your colleagues. Those are great resources. There are 89 school districts. I'm sure there's somebody who has some of the policies that you'd like to use, and you can like reach out to those people. We are not your peers in that respect. We are a compliance body by and large. We do provide technical assistance, but we're not going to coach everything through here. We're supposed to identify, the CSD as our staff are supposed to identify areas. The Office of Special Education has identified areas. I think it's great. Man, I was just thinking this, maybe I just missed the information about some of the teachings that you provide at OSE, the IEP project, so on and so forth. That's awesome. That's not been the case as far as I understand it, for time immemorial. And so I think those are great things. And so I think that I don't want you to feel unsatisfied, but I also want us to live within the same reality of what our role is here. And let's figure out, we're not if we have resources, or if we have ideas, we absolutely will share it, but we're not the practitioners as you are, but you have a bunch of practitioners that you can look to. And there has to be some examples out there. And so for me, as a learner, when I get under the gun, regardless of if it's like my zucchini failing in my farm, metaphorically, I start thinking about what are the other farmers around me doing? What am I doing wrong? What can I literally do to like change my approach? Even though I got a lot of wisdom about zucchini, I can learn from somebody else, and I'm going to absolutely take that exam, take what they have. And so, yeah, I just wanted to share that. I hope I didn't belabor that too much, but I do think that we as a commissioners, we're a compliance body. We're not a teacher body. We're not teaching people how to do things, but if we have information, we'll provide it. But I just want to make sure we're using the resources that you have available, and like reach out to Matt Paul and Valerie and hit their team, reach out to your peers. That's what a common approach would be for me. If it was sports, if it was farming, if it's education, leadership, that's where I would go.
And I know Mr. Lozano wanted to say something, I think, a while back. So I don't know if you've lost it.
Yeah. No, Madam Chair, I don't actually recall what I was going to say, so I'll leave.
I apologize.
No worries.
We have a tendency to kind of wander off. So,
Can I ask real quick, just
Sure.
who have you reached out to? For like.
Oh, I have reached out to PCSNM.
Okay, okay.
Again, the processes don't happen fast enough,
I know.
right? And they're not, yeah, and I need you to understand this. Students don't have time for the adults to decide what they're gonna do. And that's what's happened here. When you have an adult-centric place, the students lose. And that's what has happened here. And no one wanted to have that conversation. So if I got hired, and I remember talking to Matt in August, and he's like, yeah, we need to do these things, but I need them done now, right? Who works that fast? So my ask was, are you going to give me time to do this, or are you going to say you don't have time to do this? That's really the question at hand here. These caps, they're coming from history, and that history of not practicing towards special ed students is still hurting the school, right? So the question is am I going to have time as an educational leader to right the ship? If not, then we could cut this short and go to lunch, right? That's for the commission, because you guys are going to decide the amount of time I have. The Office of Special Ed is going to decide, right? But at the same time, in some of the documents we have, like last year on Child Find, it said the LEA was compliant. But then in an Office of Special Education report, it says the LEA was not compliant with Child Find. That's a problem. That's a problem for all of us, right? That's my issue, is 1 year we're compliant, and then I'm getting a letter that says you weren't compliant last year. So what am I supposed to go off as the LEA? Because this has been a confusing process. I will tell you, the shifting of documents and moving this, just the shifting of documents has been confusing, because we're trying to find them to be able to respond to any questions you all have, right? It's difficult. So these are just my frustrations as an LEA, and the support on the charter side as opposed to the other side is not there. And that's where, if you're going to be the authorizer, or this is the thing, how committed is the commission to charter school success, right? If you're committed, then you should be able to direct me where to go as well. Not saying that X, Y, and Z, like Commissioner Brower brought up. I get it, you're a compliance body. However, how committed are you to charter school success? If you're in deficit here, let's make sure we can direct Alma to where they need the support. I know where we need the support, but it's a matter of timing and funding, right? And when the school's been mismanaged, as it has, when the school's been out of compliance, as it has, for me, I'm juggling things. And so the best I can do right now is the best I can do. My feet are to the fire. I get that. And I'm willing to be accountable for whatever I need to be accountable for, right? But where I'm at is it's been a confusing process for the compliance piece, because we went from 6, 7 to 18, right, in a month. And to meet those timelines, notwithstanding my own personal life, was very difficult. We met them, and thank you for the extensions. I appreciate that very much. But I think at the end of the day, that's where I'm at. And I think from what I'm going through, what I want to do is I want to give a how to run a charter school, or what happens when this happens, right? I think for us leaders, that's what we need on our side. And I'm not making excuses or anything. I love the job. I love the work. But that's why I do have a special ed expert council, right? I know it needed to be brought in. I know it needed to be brought. It upset some people at the school, but my issues weren't here. They're in SPED right now. And if you look at it, if you really look at the whole thing that we're doing, if we had been compliant with Tier 1 support for students, we wouldn't be sitting at the table today, right? So it's a big job, but I want to let the PEC know that it's a time thing, right? We've got to have time to do these things. Some of our staff doesn't agree, and that's why they weren't taking data, and that's why you're getting, this is great, I love your student, instead of they're 70% of the time they're doing this, 50% of the time they're doing that. They don't have the experience in doing that. And so now we've got to revisit. So we adjusted our schedule, Wednesdays, half days, right? So we can do PLCs and PD. So I know the needs and the learning demands of the student. It's just a time thing, right?
Yeah, and I know when you're also dealing with a culture shift,
Yes.
that's a whole other element, to it. But when I'm also thinking about that and looking at that and talking about, when I read through this report, I am concerned about what the culture, I mean, I do have a lot of concerns about the culture. I think I've talked to Commissioner Gibson about this. I remember when we did this renewal back then, and, there weren't people complaining about the school. And, that was the hardest renewal I think I'll probably ever do, because there was no data to support it either way. We had no data to support that it was doing anything well, but we also had no data to support that it wasn't doing well, because they got the kind of COVID excuse genuinely, like they really did. And so, but I knew, because I knew there was tremendous issues, because there was no data, and no parents complained about that at all. And so that I've been concerned about that. But I will say, when I'm looking at, I think culture is, and that's one of those things that's hard to change when you have when it's deeply ingrained. But then when I also look at the reception that the special ed division had at the school, and I see the people who are leading the school now being not receptive, it concerns me that the culture is not actually changing. So I don't know if you want to, I don't want to get into personnel issues with the behavior of an employee, but.
And I think it just stems from this. And I'm just going to be brutally honest. In my first meetings with CSD online, they were very condescending. And Dr. De Leon has been in meetings where they are very condescending. She's witnessed that. Patty Matthews also witnessed that, our other counsel. And they're just sharp, unnecessary comments. I'm asking for help, and I'm getting these interesting comments. I got my whole charter read to, like I was a third grader. Okay. And if that's how you start the relationship off, then you know what? And it's a business model. These aren't people I really need to be, or I should be taking advice from, right? So for me, I have a school to run. I don't need to be read my charter line by line in an hour and a half.
Okay, I think we've strayed a little bit from the special ed concern.
I'm sorry, I'm talking directly about the report we just received.
But he's not.
I think
Yeah.
he's
Yes,
not
I am.
answering my
He's
question.
talking about a conversation that happened almost over a year ago.
Did that affect
Well,
this meeting with?
Yes, it
special
did. Yes, it
education?
did. And so, well, getting back to this, I think it's in the manner that Ms. Romero has been spoken to in meetings. It's in the manner of the requests and are you sure you're, in the emails, are you sure you're licensed? Are you sure you can do this? That's condescending. We're all professionals. They can look it up, right? Anybody has access to look up our licenses. And so it's been in that manner that I've been like, you know what, as it is, we're already under pressure from this. And I got a comment in a special ed meeting. I sit there and I listen because I'm not the SPED coordinator. And do you have any questions, Dr. Amador? And I shook my head, no. Oh, it's because you know everything. And that's how we're getting treated. So
Yeah,
on
that's
my
what-
end,
yeah.
there's got to be a customer service side because I have to run a school, right? And we were in a CAP meeting and they're asking why I'm not available at the SPED site. Well, we're in a CAP meeting. So that's kind of where I'm at, right? I'm trying to, I don't know what the climate is. I came in with really good intentions, but I've not been treated as such. And it's been evident in it's in the emails, and then it's in the CAP meetings, and then it's in the contacts. So for me, I was just like, you know what? Why am I going to continue to put myself through this? I have to run a school, right? So with that, the other leaders at Alma have said, well, I yelled these people out of the school. Why? And I heard that from the two previous administrators. So I don't know if it's a culture thing on this side, but for me, I'm very welcoming and very inviting. I don't have a problem, but what this whole thing has been, and it feels like it's been a gotcha. Gotcha, you didn't do this, gotcha. And I'm like, well, wait, I didn't even know that was there. I didn't know that was a problem, right? I did a request, and you guys have the emails to be put in front of this body in September, October, November, to address this before it got out of hand. And guess what? It got out of hand, right? I requested to be here to explain what I came into the Alma. I was not given that permission. I was not, and so that's a culture thing, right? And my last general counsel says, you don't request it. And I said, but I have the right to due process as well.
Okay,
And
yeah,
so
I guess I just want to get to, I think like, I do think I think we do need to at some point have a mindset shift. And, you know, like, this commission would like to see the action corrected. Special education, their job is not punitive, it is to correct the action. So I do think there has to be a mindset shift at some point, right? Because if we're gonna like hang on to it, it's just gonna like add to the tension, create it, and then it creates these, like, I don't know if that team will receive this report with like an open heart because of the interaction, right? Like, it just creates these adult blockages to progress. And so that's why when I see stuff like that, it concerns me about how, and you can only control yourself, right? Like, we talk to people about this all the time. You can only control yourself, how you respond, how you receive things. And so I am being I'm taking an issue with this because it's more than just the processes at this school. It is a culture thing as well. It's not just like, I mean, we can fix this cap. We could fix every cap we ever lay out. And I don't see this school really progressing until the culture changes as well. And so I do think that starts at the leadership and goes down. And there has to be like, I think if there can be a reframe here, reframe all, like, and if everyone's on the path of, we want this school to improve because these kids deserve it. That's the goal. That's the mindset going into every single, like, that we have to remove the defensiveness. We have to remove the gotcha. Like, it has to be to where we have a professional adult attitudes to work for these kids. Because my concern that I have more than anything for this school is that, because that's the kind of relationship that I see leading to no progress at the end of it. You're going to go through all this. You're going to put yourself out there. You're going to try to, make these changes. And at the end of the day, we're going to end up in a really bad spot because people don't have open hearts to actually make the change. So in 1 second, just because I want to just, I mean, I think I've waited months to like let adults figure this out, right? And that's actually what we're supposed to do. We're supposed to wait, let charters have autonomy to figure out their issues on their own and not get involved in them. That's really what we're supposed to do. We don't want to tell you what the perfect thing is, because that might not actually be my perfect thing. For my perfect school may not be the perfect thing for another charter. And so it puts us in a really difficult situation, but I just don't want to get down the path that I've been down before with schools where it is the adults just attacking each other. The adults don't want to listen. The adults don't want to work together. And that at the end of the day, there are kids that are suffering from that. And, you know, and I don't hear, I do hear a little defensiveness, but like to where like that even, it just has to, like at some point, there's like a thought process that needs to happen and it needs to be a reset and we got to just start fresh because this is not going to lead down a path anywhere good.
Yep.
It's just not. And so I just want to be like really open about that. It does start with you and the way you present yourself, your staff will also see. And if you have a difficult, I hear what you're saying. And as a human, I have a massive amount of empathy for you going home every day, feeling the way you're feeling this school year. As a parent, as another New Mexican, you know, I have a little bit less because I'm like, okay, well, take it, don't take it personal, and then behave in a way that's still open-hearted, open-minded, like, but I feel like it being like this, the personal attacks, the gotchas, you know, if you can ingest those and just spit them right back out and then do the work, it will lead us to progress instead of having the contentiousness, you know, like open up the door. You know, like open up the door. If someone's gonna be rude to you, blow it off, move on, you know, like, and because I know I feel like the heart's in the right space. I actually see the vision and the leadership of where you want to go. And I believe in that for this school. Like I do, but I think a lot of times ideas from adults get lost in the actions, right? And the execution of things. So I just don't want to be 6 months down the road. And you have made this is what makes me upset. There has been a lot of progress made. There's been a lot of things corrected. There's been so many things that are so different in this school. There are so many things, and I can't even get into it because I'm like, I can't even get into where it's at because the adult tensions, the adult stuff is taking away from those things. So it's just been bothering me. It's been bothering me so much. And I know I'm putting a lot on you because I know you're the leader of the school. And I'm also, I mean, we do this as adults and we do it together. And I hope that the relationship can be changed. I can tell you right here, right now, I'm not in any world in which I would support anywhere close to a revocation. I'm nowhere near it. I am nowhere near that time. I have no time frame on that. I have nothing in my brain that's like in 6 months from now, if they don't have, no, I don't have a timeline. But what I do have is the urgency because your kids deserve it. So that's where I have the pressure is just because of the kids, not because I'm like, well, we're going to revoke, we're going to take away this charter. That's the next step. You're done. You're like, there's a lot of progress that's made. You have a long ways to go. This is going to be happening for the next couple of years. You're going to have a lot of things come up where it's like, no, you're out of compliance here now. Oh, you got that together? Now you're out of compliance here. It's going to happen. And I think the school has a path that's going to happen for a while. So I thank you for listening. Sorry for everyone to have to listen to me, but it's just, these are the kind of things that I get in the midst of data that pisses me off, honestly. Like it just makes me mad because I'm so data focused, I'm so data oriented, and then I have to deal with personalities and I don't appreciate it. So, yeah.
No, and really quickly, I understood, we noted that in the reports that there's just decisions that had to be made in the immediacy for serving students that people were not going to be happy with. We understood that. In all of the reports, you'll see next year, Dr. Amador has to focus on building relationships. So we know that, right? We know that. And I want to let you know that I got an executive coach who reported back to my board with the list of 80 things Adam has to do, right? And he doesn't report to me, he reports to Kim and Rochelle. And that was my step in saying, okay, what am I not seeing and not addressing, right? So I just want to let the commission know, Madam Chair, that we are taking steps for that. This hasn't been easy. We knew it wasn't going to be easy, but that's the process that's my growth and development for this year, right? Establishing relationships. And we have fantastic relationships in the community. We have fantastic relationships with parents. Not everybody's going to be happy. It is what it is. And I understand that. But moving forward, I know that's an area that everybody at the school has to work on. And that's going to be part of our focus. And that came out in our strategic planning, communication, building relationships with parents. So that came from students, art people in the community, parents. And remember, like I said, we interviewed several student groups. This is what we need in order to be successful here at the school. So if given the opportunity to work on that, that's the road we're going to go down as well. So it's not that we didn't get input or anything, but I wanted to share with the commission that my executive coach said, we've got to focus on building relationships. It's in the reports from Alicia Hatch. We've got to, and we know that, but we still had to take we still had to take care of stuff, right? Take care of business. And unfortunately, I'm not perfect. I wish I was, and I try to be every day. But at the end of the day, right, I'm going to make mistakes, but education is the redeemer in the United States. You can always go back and get educated. And as a lifelong learner, that's what I seek to do, right? And if we all took that approach, and I know, like I said, I'm not perfect, but I know that's going to be my thing this year. That's what I've got to work on. So we like I said, we restructured our whole system to make sure that parents know exactly what's going on in the school. There's a grievance process now. There's a bunch of processes in place that weren't there before for the protection of students, parents, and the school. So thank you for your time. I appreciate it, but I want you to know that we are taking steps to mitigate all the concerns you have.
Hate to take the train of thought away, but the mic has to be off when you're not talking because we get echoes. So thanks, sorry. Commissioner Brower.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm gonna just, I'll be very super brief, less than a minute. Thank you, Commissioner Burt. Totally agree with everything that you shared. Dr. Amador, what you just shared, honestly, if I can be honest, if you said that in March or whenever we started this process, I would have, because you know how prickly I was towards you early on, because all I want to hear is responsibility. And what you just said gives me more hope than I've had in a really long time. And I also know that although we're in a process, we're on the intervention ladder of the school, it's the option, we still have an option to revoke the school. Of course, we don't want to do it. No one wants to revoke a school. I've never voted for in favor of a school to be revoked. And I wouldn't want to do that now. And I might be the only one. I think I'm the only one on this dais that did not vote for a school to be revoked. Because I would hate that. Because I'm an educator and I believe in charter schools and I believe I have a lot of hope. I also think what you just shared, and I don't know what smart person said this, but I think about this when I started teacher coaching like 15, 16 years ago. But in a world full of people who care about data more than I do sometimes, because I'm more relational, I'm more like, let's get into people's, in relation with people to figure out what we need to do and use data to get things moving. I know you are more about, I need to see the data before I make a single step. And that's your prerogative, and we share a difference. We have a difference in that, and that's okay. But one of the things I really oftentimes think about is that this person, and somebody else might know, but there's a saying that like culture eats strategy for breakfast. And I think about this school, and I think about the culture that you want to shift. You gotta eat that breakfast now. And so what you just shared made me think about that. I think that what we can't do is use all of the attorneys in the room, including ours, to distract and delay anymore. We can't distract and delay and say, yeah, but I need this extra thing, I need this. We are reasonable people. We're all politicians who are reasonable, who care about schools, care about kids, care about you, care about communities. Let's just see things let's get moving and stop the distractions and the delays through, I need more, and our side saying we need to change this, and we always reserve the right to change things. You know, this is part of the deal, but we all want to just stop distracting and delaying through the yeah buts, and let's just like get it done and like let's move forward. And you've done a lot of work, but I just want to make sure that the culture is eating the strategy for breakfast, because that's what I hear from the community. I know this is separate, Madam Chair, but like I just implore you to pretty please just like eat, just get some humble pie and just like talk to some of these parents, because I do not want to hear more and more of this stuff. Every single stinking month we hear from the same people, and it hurts my heart. And I prayed during the first person talking today. I was closed my eyes and went into prayer, because like I'm so sick. I get disgusted by hearing about the story. And I'm not saying that anyone at your school did something, but like I just feel the hurt that person says. And it just like bothers me. It bothers me. And I just think that that is just crying out for, let's just figure out how we can work together. And so I hope we can find some humility on both sides to like move forward and stop distracting, stop delaying, and let's just get our hands dirty in what is most important. Thank you.
So I am more a person like Commissioner Brower, that I think the culture helps to bring the data. That you've got to get the kids to want to come to school and want to be heard. And I think, and I apologize because we're taking up a whole bunch of your time on this. And I know Dr. Amador and I had a conversation a long time ago about, it may only be 2 or 3 people, but those people have to feel like they're being heard. Otherwise, we don't change things. And sometimes those are tough conversations. But I do want to say, the PEC did provide board training for the school, for the governance council and I'm not sure where the mentorship went. But we did set up a mentor with a former school. I had a conversation when Commissioner Brower was chair. Can we do this? And we had a meeting and we set up a mentorship with a former a former head administrator. I don't know, because we don't get reports back. I don't know where that went. So, but I'm going to say that's still out there. That is still always out there. And I know you have a longer relationship with them, and I'm fine. If that's not the right fit, then speak up and say this, I'm not comfortable. This isn't working. I think someone else would be better. If you need someone that has more of a model for that your school that you think would work better, it was to help you, not impose something on you. So that's there. And I'm also going to, and I acknowledge there's been special ed problems with this school for a very long time. We've been there, we try to get better, we've been there, we've had corrective action plans with them. And that's not on, yes, you're answering to some of it, I get it. Because you walk in day one and you inherit all that baggage. And that is really, really hard. But I'm also going to say that you were the new person on day one, but your board wasn't. And your special ed person wasn't. So that's where I think there has to be conversations. That's where I struggle. You had a board that should have been, saying, where is this? What's happening here? Why are we getting X amount of complaints? Why aren't we working on this? That's been historical. And that's where I have a challenge. That's not on you. You inherit that. But that's, and I'm not trying to call out.
No.
And I don't want to call out a individual staff person. That's not my intention. That is not. But I'm going to say there's been some consistency in that school over a couple of years where we shouldn't have been where we are. You shouldn't have inherited what you inherited. That's what I'm saying. So that's where I think a conversation has to take place as well.
And just so you know, Madam Chair, if I may, we have had that conversation. I was brought on a consulting piece before, really to decide if I wanted to take the job or if they wanted to hire me. And what ended up happening through that was I don't think, remember our boards in education, we're the only profession that has people who do not know anything about education, serving education, right? So I think in educating my board at the onset in the process, they knew things were bad, and believe me, they made it very clear to me that I was going to run into all of this, not very specifically, but that there was going to be problems. And that if I was going to accept the job, I was going to have to accept that responsibility as well. So we knew that. Just in the depth, maybe the broadness was there, but the depth of knowledge of what exactly has been happening or had happened at the school was not there. So in my first report to the board, I basically educated on the broad and depthness of the issue. So it has been done, but like I said, it's a time thing. It takes time for, I think, a lot of us to soak in, like, this is really happening, right? And then we have to move forward. So like I said, in the last year, we're on the corrective action plans. We're responding to the corrective action plans as best we can. And that's, I think, for me, that's part of the process in taking over Alma, right? Is responding to the corrective action plans, changing the practices and policies. And like I said, the board has moved expeditiously in doing so. I wish we could move faster, but we meet every month, right? And we want to make sure that they're making informed decisions as well. And so this goes back to my time thing, right? It takes time, unfortunately, but how do I best respond as an LEA to serving students in the immediacy? And that's been my challenge. So whether people have been there before, there was an LEA before. And if they say you don't do this, you don't do it. And what I found in the documentation, to kind of go to what you're saying, certain things weren't followed because they just weren't going to be followed, right? And I came in and that's when I said, time out, let's reevaluate everything, and we're just going to have to take some hits. And I understood that immediately. So I do want to let you know that it was a fantastic training for the board. And we even had other people from our charter community show up. It was very educational. We adjusted the OMA, right? We responded to that because now we know better. We know better, we do better, right? And we did that very quickly. So I do thank you for that support. And I will reach out. It's been on my end. I didn't reach back out. I just said, we've got to get these caps. We've got to get everything under control, right? And then it's better for a mentorship to come in to say, okay, this is how we're going to address everything, right? So now that I think this is kind of a roadmap, I guess, if you will, for us. So that's in the manner that I'm going to respond to it as a roadmap. So we're going to go this direction and we're going to go this direction, not fighting or not anything, but just, tell me what to do, right? Tell me where to go. And that's kind of what I'm looking for on that end.
Going to say that mentor can just be, he or she is that no judgment zone. So it doesn't have to be we already need a plan. It's like, holy God, I just can't do this today, and he's that sounding board,
Yes.
he or she is that sounding board, and, can sometimes just recenter you,
Right.
without even giving you any great direction, but they just listened. And, and because charter leaders, sit in an office very insulated because you don't have that great support that a traditional school district has, where you can slam the door, walk out the door, because there's 50 different assistants. You can do that in a traditional school. You can't do that in your land. So it becomes, we all need someone that we can kick the can with,
Madam Chair, do we have a timeline for this cap?
So I asked that of Mr. Lozano before.
I will say that Mr. Lozano has been very helpful and very supportive. And in terms of his support for the campus, he has provided us caps that have specific timelines. We agree with
I'm sorry.
Bert.
We are not going to make a special education cap. They are going to create the plan for how that report is going to be fixed, and we will get reports on how that's going. It's not our job to do because we're not the special ed.
So let me rephrase that.
Okay.
So the question is, in terms of number 3 on the, big cap, right? The large cap in
Right.
relation to academics, we have received from Mr. Lozano under his guidance, very specific metrics, also very specific deadlines. When I meet with the LEA and we review the cap at large, and if we want to consider at large being the academic portion, the organizational portion, and the financial portion, the question is, do we have set timelines or deadlines, or could the commission consider adding to the plan? So there's more of a concrete process, actual timelines or deadlines, because other than that, what the LEA perceives, right? You know, perception can become reality, is that they're gonna live in a cap forever. This is a continual moving target. So Commissioner Burt, thank you for bringing up climate and addressing all of this in a positive manner. The LEA does respectfully ask that the same expectation then comes from the Office of Special Ed, from the Charter School Division, absolutely Public Education Commission, because the LEA, along with all of the other entities, our job and our hope is to improve student outcomes for Alma de Arte, for our New Mexico students, and this is where positive climate and respect is a two-way street. So we appreciate that, and just if I could just finish my thought. So back to Commissioner Burt, we appreciate that. I'm in continual communication with General Counsel. And as I have shared with General Counsel, the LEA will fix the areas that are addressed in this report. This report was just provided to us 2 days. But what I also asked for the commissioner to think about in the spirit of relationships, building relationship and rapport, is a lot of this data, whether it's through the financial and might be jumping here, or the academic, is simply based on quantitative numbers. In order for the Public Education Commission, the Charter School Division, the LEA to get down to the root cause of the problem, we need to engage in conversations, not simply submit this document, submit that document. A number of the areas, even though we have not had the opportunity to go in depth in the report that was just provided from this Tier 1 site monitoring visit, because that is what it was called and that is what the agenda said. I don't know if things change, but the LEA was not given the opportunity to sit in front of this audit team and actually provide answers to questions that might have been present in the document. So what the LEA respectfully asks is that in order to do a true audit, that there is more than quantitative data, more than numbers, that there's the opportunity for this charter to provide Mr. Lozano's office some answers to what's already there before they jump into a solidified corrective action plan, just because there might be some areas that won't need to be addressed.
So once
you, ma'am.
again, it's going to be up to the OSC office to create whatever that plan looks like. We don't engage in that. There was not any anticipation that we were going to take any action on that report, because once again, you have to digest it, we have to digest it, they have to digest it, and we don't put into this any plan. That's for you and the OSC to have that conversation and come up with that plan and to establish those timelines. So that, and then the only thing that we are going to be looking at moving forward is we will get updates on where you are with whatever that plan looks like with the OSC.
Madam Chair, respectfully though, from the June 20th PEC meeting, item number 3 was at that point noted as pending. And now that item has moved to a does not meet. And that is the LEA's concern. Just before going into a does not meet, giving the LEA the opportunity to address what
Well,
was.
now I understand what you're saying.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I didn't know you were addressing the specific verbiage does not meet the change.
Yes, ma'am.
There, I understand what you're saying. I mean, at this point in time, I mean, I can't answer. I'm assuming that the does not meet was as a result of that report. but I can't answer that 100%. I didn't create so
So
am I correct?
Commissioner Gibson, it's a combination. It's that report and the fact that there are 4 open corrective action plans with Office of Special Education. At this point, there is no way I could rate any school with 4 open caps and a special in-person audit as meeting the standard in terms of special education. That could change in coming months, but if right now there are too many issues.
So from the June to today, the change from pending, well, was it pending because you were still waiting for the results of the 2?
Yeah,
special
it was
complaints?
pending because we didn't have all of the information from Office of Special Education. Now we finally have all of the documents.
So does that answer?
Somewhat, Dr. Russell and Madam Chair, I think that the concern is that every one of those corrective action plans, the LEA has been working and has met, and Mr. Lozano can kind of share on this, has met every one of the requirements that has been outlined for them. So from A through Z, let's say, we maybe right now are in the middle or somewhere getting close to the middle of each one of those. But yeah, they haven't been completed, but they have been met within the timelines that have been assigned in the area of corrective action plans as the metrics is outlined, right?
Yeah, but
within
just
the
let me
instruction
say, the corrective action plan hasn't been met. Deadlines have been met to date, but
Yes.
until the corrective action plan, we get notice that the corrective action plan has been successfully completed, we can't close that out. The ratings that are given are not given based on good work so far. The ratings are based on, has it been completed or has it not been completed?
What
So-
about, Madam Chair, if you will, what about the working to meet designation? Because it's not black or white. If we're not doing the caps, then you would get a report from OSC. We are complying with the caps, so it would be technically working to meet at that point, because some of them will be, I think the requirement's over in a couple of months, right? And then technically at that point, they would be met. So I'm going to disagree with that because we are complying. We're providing everything that the caps are asking for. So I would respectfully disagree and ask for a working to meet. Otherwise, if we weren't showing up and doing what we're asked to do, then it would be a does not meet, right? So I don't know. I've never been given the definitions of what meets, what's working to meet, and what does not meet. But if we're working to meet it, we're in the process of working to meet it at this point.
I have to let the deputy director, the director, or someone,
Commissioner Carrillo's had his hand up for an hour.
well, we're still trying to answer.
No, I know that.
this.
And this is on all this, and
It's about the working to meet or does not meet.
Well, those to me are really clear. I mean, with all due respect, Dr. Amador, those three they're very clear. If you're not making an effort, that does not meet. It's red. It does not meet. If you're working to meet and we see progress, this is like anything in life. I would say that if I wasn't even on this commission and I saw those 3 things, this is what I would think. And working to meet means, yeah, you're doing your best to meet expectations, and you've met the requirements. That's what I would see the definitions as. All right. Relative to what? Oh, God, I'm so glad you're back because I'm referencing you. And I just want to kind of have this out there. One, I agree with Becca completely. This reminds me, and I'm not happy that it reminds me of it, is where we were 2 years ago with another school, right? And it just was like, oh my God, it was so circular and nothing happened. And obviously that was a school we revoked. And quite honestly, if you had asked me 6 months ago, I would have said, enough already, enough already. The board they just need to dissolve and we just start new. Really, that was my point of view then. After today, hearing you, seeing what's happened, listening to Becca, no, I have a completely different point of view. And then, we morph, we listen, we learn, right? And so, and I love that that Commissioner Brower used the phrase "yeah, but," because too much the "yeah, buts" always hold us back, right? I understand, Dr. Leon. Dr. Leon as well, or is it just okay, yeah. I understand the feeling that, oh my God, the bar, every time we do something, it's like a whack-a-mole. We're never, ever gonna get out of this. But you know, Becca, it's clear, things come up. You know, there's another school in Albuquerque where it's just like, it's just, for God's sake, why can't we get out of this cycle? And you know why? Because it's adults going like this and not thinking of what's best for kids. It's adults putting their armor up, all of us being defensive and not being humble, right? I mean, when I've heard I agree with Commissioner Brower hearing the comments this morning. It's heartbreaking to hear these same things every month, right? And what that leads me to believe is that people don't feel heard at their school site. And when people are heard, you don't have to agree with people, but when they're heard, it's amazing how far that goes. And so relative, and somebody brought this up this morning, and I mean, somebody brought up the OMA thing and the compliance and public comment. I've not tuned into one of your meetings on Zoom. I know that, but you have. I mean, you've been to meetings, I think. Yeah, but either way.
The OMA complaint that came from public comment wasn't about Alma.
Oh, I don't. I thought. Which school was that? Okay, but either way, it's like if you're in public comment, people feel heard, right? Not cut off, and I hope they don't use poor language or anything like that. And then you move on. That goes so far, right? Just looking at my notes over what I've been listening to, and then I'll get to the very last two words. I hear that you felt really condescended to. And if that's the case, and the language we're using is what you said in the emails, completely inappropriate. I don't have all those emails. I'm not privy to that. But if what you said is true and that's what they're saying to you, completely inappropriate. It doesn't move anything forward, right? And in what Becca was saying, it's adults doing this and it's us getting in the way of the work. And so relative to what's happening right now, this minute in this meeting, because this has gone on quite a while, my two words are, what's next? Because I want to move this agenda item forward. I want to move you forward. And I want you to have a game plan for this next 30 days. So what's next?
Chair Carrillo, Madam Chair, if I can interject, I will respectfully request an executive session with the PEC to discuss your concerns about the parents. They have been addressed, and I'm not going to drag that out any more than it needs to. But I would like to show you the efforts that we made when everything happened, because you guys have not given me that chance.
Well, I don't know we can go in executive sessions because there's a lot of OMA requirements around that.
Well, I'm going to respectfully request something, because otherwise you guys are also going to keep dragging it out without me being able to provide information. And I would love the opportunity to give you that information. It is not that we have not met with these parents. We have the documentation to show. I also have other documentation showing where some of these claims are out of this world. Okay. And everybody has a right to continue to come to, they come to our board meetings, factual or not, and it's perpetuated, right? The idea, if you look at the Save Alma mission, is to remove me, right? That's the idea. It's not to help the school. It's not to help students. But what they don't tell you is how many students that they've bullied in the process. We have the recordings, right? I have the complaints from parents. Those parents don't want to come here because they don't want to be a part of the mess, right?
I'm sorry to interrupt, Dr. Amador. I want to move on from that. I understand what you're saying, and I know that when there are sides, right, when we're all coming from our sides, right, we stop hearing and we can't get to the middle and I do hear you. I listen to everything you're saying, really, and I want to move on from that.
Sure, but I want to make sure that the body's informed, because I think sometimes you're coming from a place that I didn't do anything, and that's not the case, and I want to show you, or however, because if it's going to help us move forward, then we need to move forward, as you stated.
And let me just say, we'll have a conversation about whether we can, if there's a vision of what we can do, but we do want to move on to the next. So what I'm going to say is, thank you very much. I appreciate the time and effort and energies you put in. I apologize that you've sat here all this time. But at this point in time, for special education, the LEA and OSC will work out and have whatever. I have no idea what that looks like, how that exchange takes place. That's between the school and OSC. We will get whatever the recommendation for cap or whatever it looks like and the timeline that's established. And then we will simply get the reports from OSE as we do about the status of that. And we usually get, you know, those periodic reports. So I want to thank you for all the help and efforts that you're helping to support us with. We really do appreciate it. And welcome to our world.
Madam Chair, we do have items, just because it says does not meet, just a really quick, what's happening on those items. It would seem like item 12, and I think you even mentioned that that was the one that they actually found where the error was on that money. So that should be changed, right? But then also we have 14, 15, and 17, just a brief update on where have we made progress on those?
Wait a minute. I don't want to jump all over the place.
Okay, no, just go in order. Go in order on number.
We're just on number.
Because I just want to make
that.
sure that we're, you know,
Procedure question?
sure.
Is there a way just to, because I think sometimes, and that maybe this is me, not anybody else, but when I have a to-do list, I really like marking things off and them disappearing. Is there a way when we see a meets, can we actually remove this?
Oh, yeah.
Remove it where it's
Absolutely.
not there. It feels like it's like done. And I think, I mean, I know it's like almost semantics, but I think it
Yep.
makes a difference when
Yeah.
you're like trying to tackle lists. Like being like done, gone, like, and now we don't have to, because we don't even have to think about it anymore, right? And then it's not like we get to bring stuff back up again.
Right. No, I
It's already
fully
been met.
agree because
Okay.
I'm going to say with number 3 as an example, we tried to do that 2 months ago. So we're in that spot, but I'm fine with removing completely.
Madam Chair.
If it's a meets.
I did want to really quickly get back to Dr. Amador's point that if he has complied with the timing of everything on 3, I would think that that is working to meet. That's not, does not meet. I want to make sure we don't go past that. Thank you.
I mean, I think at this point in time, the only way that they would be able to change it to a workings to meet is if they actually get the confirmation from OSC that they have met, that they've met all their deadlines. And then no, because the meets is it's gone. But a workings to meet is they're up, they've met all their deadlines. So they are working to meet that, but we can't say they've met it yet because they haven't the final deadline. So that's what I will ask, if we can get confirmation from, shoot, they just left.
You moved on and
Yeah.
then you said,
If we could get confirmation, then I'm fine that they have met all the deadlines on the 4 existing caps, that they have met all their submission deadlines, then it becomes a workings to meet because they are working to meet it. Are we good with that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, thank
could
you.
I
Commissioner
clarify though, there are 2 reports where there've been a decision and 2 caps. There is the recent report 2 days ago, or on at the end of July, that there is not yet another cap. That's only 3.
No, there
are 4 caps.
Yeah, yeah.
In place.
Pardon?
In place.
In place.
4 caps and a pending one. So there
Correct.
will be-
No,
No, there are 2 caps for individual complaints. Those are numbered ones and they're in the document. And then there are 2 caps for 2 compliance indicators that the school was deemed out of compliance on. The visit to the school on August 30th and the report that followed it did not put in place a 5th cap. It just, there were conclusions in the report, but there was no additional cap.
He just
Yeah,
said
he
that
just
there
said
will
there'll be a cap.
So then there will be 5.
But
Okay.
at this point in time, there isn't a 5th cap, so there's no rating based on that. But because if we get confirmation that the 4 existing caps, all of the deadlines have been met, then it's a workings to meet, because they are working to meet that, okay?
Madam Chair, could we just get clarification? When you say confirmation of all deadlines, you mean those due dates that were already set, right? Not upcoming deadlines, because we haven't.
Right, whatever
upcoming
yes.
Okay.
Yeah, to date.
To date. Thank you.
Whatever date that
To date.
he makes the confirmation, it's worded that to date, the school is up, has met all requirements.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay,
Could be number 4 or not.
okay. So item number 4 was item number 4, the Attendance for Success Act. I don't know who wants to. Okay, Cheryl. And then we haven't released it.
Okay, Chair Gibson, Commissioners and Alma team, Dr.
Is your mic on?
Dr. Russell, yeah, it's on. Can you hear me okay? Okay. So you can see the disenrollment log. The second tab has the disenrollment log that Alma filled out, and we added some notes to it. I compiled our notes onto another page here just to make it a little more clear. First, I want to say we appreciate the efforts that you are making. However, with all due respect, we have sufficient evidence that Alma has violated the Attendance for Success Act. I think this log is helpful to a point. However, we don't know what interventions were tried for the students when we see the dates on the second tab that Alma filled out. 29 students were withdrawn under reason W2, which is attendance, and 4 of those students had IEPs. Some students re-enrolled, but disenrollments of this type, W2, occurred as late as April and May after numerous complaints had been brought to our attention and yours. And we informed you more than once that the school was out of compliance with Attendance for Success. Having said that, this log looks backwards, and I'd rather not nitpick the log at this point. I think it distracts us from the broader issue. We already know the school did not meet the standard in attendance last year. So as Commissioner Carrillo said, what's next? Therefore, I would be more interested in seeing how you move forward this year and make substantial improvements. For example, your attendance policy posted on the website is from 2020. I understand your board approved a new policy in June. We would like to see that posted on your website. Attendance for Success is about supporting students with their attendance. It's about positive interventions. There's nothing punitive in the language. Therefore, please remove the punitive language in your correspondence with families and on the attendance behavior contract about 10 days of absences. There's nothing in the Attendance for Success Act about 10 days. Lastly, and most importantly, working on building positive relationships with students and families. I'm so glad this issue came up. Thank you for sharing that you're working on that. It's great news. Positive relationships will help attendance, decrease the complaints that you, your board, the PED, and the PEC receive. It might be the hardest thing to fix, but if you work on this, which I'm glad you are, you'll make improvements even faster in every area, and I can't wait to come back and see those improvements. So circling back to attendance, I can't wait to hear also how you're supporting students with attendance this year and moving forward.
So I need some clarification because I know people in my neighborhood who get letters from LCPS saying, child's been out for 10 days, you know, we're going to take you to court if you don't come back. So that's where I'm challenged with the recommendation that punitive language, because I thought that was a requirement, the letters after day 10, and I get the purpose of the attendance for success. And I get that there's supposed to be a system of supports to get kids back to school. I fully get that. But my understanding was schools were obligated to send that nasty gram home, that was statutory guidance, and that parents were going to be held accountable to the law. I don't know anyone that has, but I know do you know?
Rio Rancho is, I honestly don't know an LEA right now that is not being so harsh to families about attendance. I mean, the letters I got at the beginning of the school year for my own kid, they haven't even missed it. They didn't even start yet. And I mean, it is long, detailed, you better have your kids in school letters. They are not nice about it at all. And I think we have chronic absenteeism in this state right now.
I think the cabinet secretary sent a very targeted letter at the end of last year that said, you better do better at this. So
Madam
was
Chair,
that one of his bluster conversations?
Madam Chair, if I may, even I have emails from LCPS. They've emailed us and said, here's the attendance law. Here's the statutory law. It's at the bottom. So again, in the last meeting, I did ask the charter school division to provide me with some examples from other charter schools, because even when I looked at my peer charters in Las Cruces, their language is actually more punitive than ours is. So that's kind of where I'm at, is even if again, that's where I'm asking for some technical assistance. Show me what a good letter looks like. Because it's not my general counsel that's answering. I'm the one that's answering, right, for the letters. So if you don't agree with what I sent out, please provide me direction or guidance. And this goes back to me asking what should be on the website. No one knows what should be on the website, right? We just try to do these things. So I'm asking for help again, but just to say that we're not complying is not okay. And if you remember from the last meeting, Kim Skaggs came up here and said, look, we tabled it because we need to know what the right thing is to say. And because I did show my board, I said, here's school 1, here's our language, here's ours, and here's school 3. And our language was not as punitive as theirs was. But now I'm getting letters from, like I said, LCPS, whose stuff is very, very punitive. The second part to this is we do have our attendance improvement plan. So that's been submitted to the state. When parents and families allow us to intervene and assist them, we can. When they don't, and when they go after our community partners, we can't, right? And I think that's something for the commission to consider. So when you look at the charts, there's some parents that came in and said, you know what, we want to re-enroll our kids. We'll bring them back, and we will work with the school, because they do have to work with us in order for us to support them. If they don't, then they don't, and then they don't come to school or they transfer, right? So again, here's a chart full of numbers without a narrative. Again, and we gave every single student that was withdrawn had the opportunity to come back. They did, a lot of them refused supports because our social worker, while not Catholic and promoting Catholic stuff, was contracted to Catholic Charities. She was there to promote help. We have a group of parents that went after her. So who's going to go to her for help? That's part of the intervention process. And if families don't want to follow that process, we can lead them to the water. We can't make them drink it. That's their choice. So I want to be very clear on this. You asked for the data, we gave it to you, and then it turned into a SPED issue again. On some of those, this young lady, this student W28147 was withdrawn in May, but we're reporting off the 80th day, right? The student exited the IEP. So we weren't asked why. So now you're being presented with information that no one has any information about. So again, here's another chart where there's no narrative given.
So I'm gonna say that anything that's here that is identified as IEP sped, that will be covered because it was mentioned in the most recent report from OSE. So I am fine with whatever because there was a mention about a concern with that. That's going to be handled through OSE and it's not addressed here specifically. So I know it's identified here, but the responses and whether a person is or isn't appropriately identified here, it's OSE that's going to identify if there was and was there an issue with it. So that conversation, I don't think we need to engage in right now, but I do want to engage in the language that is either appropriate or inappropriate, because I don't want any school having to keep coming back because their letter isn't, they're not complying because they're giving the wrong guidance to parents and they're not addressing it the way they should. So Cheryl?
Thank you. I just wanted to point out that, in the Attendance for Success Act, there are 4 tiers of interventions, and it's not until tier 4, intensive support, that a Child Protective Services might be notified. Still throughout, it says, non-punitive consequences at the school level. And so I want to say that even though LCPS is doing this and they're being punitive and negative, they're not actually in compliance, probably, that's my guess. They're not in compliance with the Attendance for Success Act either.
Yeah, it's not that anything's going to happen to the students, but there are consequences that are negative to the parent if the child isn't coming to school. So that's where I'm not talking, Child Protective Services is the last thing that, anyone's threatening. But if a letter's going home saying your child has been out 10 days, my understanding was there was supposed to be some consequence to the parent as a result of that 10 days out. No?
So the 10 days is part of the old attendance law. The Attendance for Success doesn't have that kind of language. And instead, Attendance for Success talks about working with parents to remove barriers to the student's regular attendance at the school, and to provide additional educational opportunities for students that are struggling with attendance. It's much kinder in regards to how it's expecting LEAs to work with parents when there's attendance problems. It does, but habits are hard to change, right? So not everybody updates their policies, and so those letters of we send a hard letter after 10 days, that's old. It's kind of like giving everybody the language usage survey every year that they come to enroll in a school. That policy changed. You only do it at kindergarten, but still there's people that are practicing old policy.
So I guess my concern is who's checking? Remind me what bureau?
Okay. Yes, I know where you're going with that. Yeah,
Names change.
there is a staff person in place who, what we have started to do at the
No, not
PED.
not you, the head.
That's what I'm saying,
Oh,
the
okay.
pet, I identify as pet.
Okay.
At times. The PED collects, attendance improvement plans from LEAs. So probably Dr. Amador has had to submit an attendance improvement plan, because what we're asking LEAs to do is talk about, well, how are you holding families accountable, and what are the supports you're providing to families to support attendance? I also
get that.
understand that there's a conference coming up in October. Those are the two things that I am aware of.
But do they have to submit samples of the letter? So no one's looking at the letter or yeah. So that's where I'm challenged at this moment in time in holding a school accountable. And I get there's attendance for success, but where has the direction come to give an example of a letter and say, you know, this is where you need to go with this? And are all of our schools getting that direction? Because I do want to hold the school accountable if they have inappropriately disenrolled. That I do. If IEPs haven't been taken into consideration and a child's rights, that I do. Absolutely. And if the school is complying with the attendance for success improvement plan, we just get reported. Yes, they are. No, in fact, they don't even say yes, they are. We get notified if someone hasn't done it. But if I struggle with holding a school accountable for a letter when every other school is sending the same type of letter. That's where, and if we're not looking at all the charter schools' letters, then I think we move on from the letter. But I do agree that, and special ed OSE will address any of those if there's any concerns with special ed students. You know, I think we just said in general, I think it goes back to the climate concern. There's been, you know, and it's not going to go in anywhere. It's a comment, you know, that when you look at how many students have disenrolled voluntarily, involuntarily, there's a reason. And yes, we acknowledge, we spent a long time this morning talking about attendance, acknowledge that. But that's where that culture is, you know, and it's also, to be practical, it's a sustainability issue as well. It is. It is. So it's plain and simple. You'll die. Without any intervention by us, you'll die. So, and we don't want to see that. So that's, you know, but before you say something, Kim Skaggs has got her hand up. I got a note, so I want to recognize her. So we don't see that. So, do you want to, is she promoted? Okay, thank you. You can unmute yourself, and just a reminder to identify and spell your last name for the record.
Yes, ma'am. Kimberly Skaggs, Kimberly, last name Skaggs. And I want to thank you for running a tight, hard meeting in which we put the students first. That's all I've got. That's it.
I think we've lost you. Oh, okay. Oh, I thought, oh, well, thank you for running a tight comment. I appreciate it.
Madam
Okay,
Chair, if I may, I'll try to keep my comment tight. So, you know, just a little bit of a concern here to share with the commission, somewhat of an oxymoron for Tier 4 within the attendance for success plan. Within Tier 4, it talks about non-punitive consequences, but yet I don't know too many individuals who, when they receive a letter that says, you know, you need to return required documentation to a juvenile probation officer, this is what CYFD, if this is actually going to be taken as a non-punitive measure. Another comment to note, and Dr. Miller could talk a little bit more about it, is just a difference in terms of climate, as you know, coming back to Commissioner Burt's comment. The climate is different when you have a head administrator that holds parents, staff, and teachers accountable. In the data that we have seen, that accountability wasn't there before in terms of attendance. So the shift in now holding parents accountable within attendance has shifted a happy climate where I wasn't accountable to where now as a parent, you are accountable. So a number of these public comments are also some of the LEA students who have had issues in direct relation with attendance.
And again, one of the things I want you to consider is education in and of itself on this attendance is social justice, right? If you're not in school, and my thing to the parents, there are parents that they didn't want the interventions, right? So if a parent comes for intervention 1 and they don't want to come back for the other 3 and the student doesn't come back, do we keep them on the books? Because I don't know what the advocate, I'm not going to. I'll tell you right now, I'm not going to do that. If they don't show up after intervention 1, they're not present. So would we then at the 40th day count, do we hold on to them until they come back? Do we?
So I was just reading and it says you turn them into the juvenile.
Okay, and
Roll.
so to your
Which is
point.
way worse.
Okay, so to your point,
So
that's exactly what it guides us to do, and I have not done that yet. I have done my best to work with parents, and you know what? They don't want to bring their kid, and I have the emails from parents. If I don't feel like taking my kid, I'm not going to take them. I'm not going to defend that practice. And if it gets me, it does not meet, I'm going to continue to not meet that metric because I'm going to hold parents accountable. I'm not going to lie to the state on the 40th, 80th, and 120th day. And that's what I feel is being added. And again, my question to the commission, what is the threshold?
So it seems like you should, I would say, this is state statute. So knowing it, leave them on your roster and turn them over to the juvenile detention center, like it says.
Yeah,
And I mean, just release yourself, like after you do all those interventions that you're doing, once you follow through with your plan and they don't show up, don't withdraw. That's the last step
Commissioner
from
Burt,
withdrawal now. But there's a lot of interventions leading up to that.
right, with all due respect, we did find an area in the Finance Act that says, after interventions and multiple attempts to.
Well, I don't know why you needed to interrupt me while I just said
Because
that.
the law also says that if there's 10 consecutive days where you're not hearing at all after attempting interventions, that there is a requirement in the Finance Act to withdraw. Yeah, to withdraw students.
So they are following the law then. So I'm so confused now because now I'm even more in a bad space.
Okay, so I'll just read what it says, that there is a withdraw code within the NOVA system that says absent 10 consecutive days after the school district or charter has provided attendance-related interventions as required under the Attendance for Success Act, then they're not supposed to hold on to the students for count purposes.
So he did exactly that.
But so I actually think, because I was there, I looked at some of the letters, and I think that the answer to your question, Dr. Amador, is that you need to document every attempt that you are making to reach out to the families and offer support for the children's success. And it can't be you've just waited until there was 10 and then you say we're going to drop you, or even waited till there was 8 and said we're going to drop you.
Here's my question before you. Here's my question. Did you ask to see documentation of the reach outs?
We reviewed letters that were sent to the school.
That's
or
not what
to
I'm
the
asking,
parents.
because the letter is what you're saying is wrong, but the letter's coming after the letters are coming after the 10 days. The letter's coming after multiple attempts have been made. And your response just now was he needs to be making multiple reach outs. And my question was, did you ask for documentation of those multiple reach outs? Because let's forget the letter right now. But the concern now that I hear is as you just advised, Dr. Amador, we're advising you that you have to make multiple reach outs before that 10-day drop. My question is, for the does not meet, did you ask for documentation of that? So it's a does not meet because you saw no evidence of reach outs. That's what I'm asking.
Madam Chair, if I may, when they went in April for the second site visit, I had over 1,200 pages of documentation in 2 boxes in letters that they were able to look at and receive. And those letters are timestamped. They're emailed to parents. They're in specific children's folders. So they're out. If anybody would like to go back to Las Cruces and view them, they are there. So I don't, again, this is, I feel like we're interpreting the Bible and what Jesus said. What do we do? Again, here we go. And you're seeing the responses and the feedback even here. It's on public display now for you. But we have all the documentation. And again, if we try intervention 1 and the kid doesn't come back, we have to disenroll them after 10. So the data that they asked for was 4, right? Some of the kids didn't make it. They didn't show up. So what do you guys want me to do? Because we're asking 10 different things here, and this is impossible to meet. And we're getting into interpretations of the law, not exactly what I'm supposed to do under the law.
So this is what I'm going to say. I'm going to say, thank you very much because you fixed your lottery. And I actually, not that long ago, saw that it was right up front when you get on. You didn't even have to get to a drop-down link or anywhere. So I appreciate that. And I think ultimately that's going to help you in drawing students, you know. So I want to thank you for that. It was a journey to get there, but we got there. So thank you for that. And I'm going to say at this point in time, we will hear from OSE through the audit that was just done, if there's any concerns about the disenrollment. And at this point in time, unless there's concrete proof that there's no evidence, we move on from this one. Okay? It'll be closed out. It will appear, the attendance for success will appear through whatever, if anything, through the OSE cap. Right, right.
So that would put it at meets or growing, or what designation? And this is
So,
the second.
Right,
question
so I think we're talking about, it just drops off this. It just drops off
Okay.
this.
Now, so
We're
the,
cleaning this up
yes,
and we're dropping off what,
so
Chair
we
Gibson?
have this report, but then we have the,
you're talking like a site visit report.
yes, so now, is this gonna be cleaned up on the site visit report now? Because they're 2 different documents now.
I would
I think
expect,
it would be this upcoming, because generally they don't go back and do prorated. Is that what I'm talking? But oh, yes, for this year.
We're good with just taking it off
Yeah, I
then
didn't
if that's
think
the
this was
case.
based on this year's. So, I would say that you've got your preliminary. So I would do that. Okay.
so
Okay.
Chair Gibson, I would ask again that the school maintain documentation of their efforts to work with families to provide interventions in support of their attendance.
I think that I thought I heard the school say, we've got it. So, yeah. So I think, I don't think there's a problem. So I think the documentation is there. Oh, yeah, and I keep forgetting Cindy out there in Cyberland. She's our court reporter, and I don't see her eyes bulging, so we need to give her a break. So, Cheryl, if you want to say something very quickly, and then we're going to take a break.
I just wanted to share, I had reached out to General Counsel about this issue, and they shared that the compulsory school law was repealed and
I can't hear you.
I reached out to general counsel about this issue. And what they shared is that when attendance for success was passed, they didn't update the Finance Act. The legislature didn't. And so that's why there is this confusion. I just wanted to point that out. Thank you.
I got, yeah. Huh? Yeah, 10, 15 at most.
Cindy needs.
Wander back. Okay. Are we good? I'm sure she'll be back soon. Okay.
Just so the commissioners know, we don't have Commissioner Manus anymore.
Okay, thanks. So we still have, sorry. With item number 5, we're moving off. Item number 6, we still have some outstanding. So we're keeping that as a workings to meet until September?
Until September,
Okay.
yes.
Okay.
And formal complaints meets, teacher mentoring meets, OMA compliance, we'll move all of that over to we'll have a separate document for all of them that have
Okay,
been met.
thanks.
Licensure, the school is continuing to work on one teacher license. And we've asked them to report by September 6th about that one teacher. And
Madam Chair, Dr.
Oh,
Russell,
sorry.
that's been remedied.
oh, it has.
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am. So you can check with the certificates here. We have Jenna Hawkes went ahead and she was
Okay.
waiting on a letter. It's been cleared.
Great. Okay.
And so,
Thanks.
of course.
Okay. Thank you. And I am going to turn it over to Ms. Seeley, who to walk us through the financial elements. She's been waiting patiently in the waiting room, but she will go through those one by one. And Missy, is she being promoted to a panelist?
She is present.
Hi there, can y'all hear me?
We can. Thank you so much.
You bet. So, I've been asked just to do a brief update on the financial, information that we've been asking for. So I don't know if you can share a screen that has the actual CAP document. I've made some, changes to it so that we can kind of go over what I've looked at.
So give us a sec.
Sure.
Give us a sec and we'll try to, who's getting that?
Madam Chair, just for the purpose of this part of the capital, Chris Masters is online and available.
Thanks.
Should you have any questions for him?
Thanks, I appreciate that. And just so Chris Masters is their business manager. Yeah. Yeah.
I do not see a Chris Masters in the attendees, just if I can find out what name they're using. Perhaps he could raise his, or they could raise their hand if we need to hear from them.
That's on worry.
Thank you, got it.
I need to hire people to look into stuff earlier.
So, Bridget, do we have the other one, the more that, yeah, this one here, thank you.
Okay.
This is the one I've made my information on. So if we could go down here to, on finding number, number 12, finding number 1, the school has submitted to me their bank statement reconciliation. And it shows that the checks were voided, but then there became a little bit over $1,000 discrepancy between the bank balance and the GL balance. And I looked at it and I honed it down to these voided checks. So somehow or another, and I'm not unfamiliar with the school's accounting system, but when they voided these particular checks, they were voided through the bank balance, but then but not into the GL, the general ledger. So I'm not sure why there is now there is a balance discrepancy there of 1,036.21. And because I'm unfamiliar with their accounting system that they use, I couldn't say, well, you need to go here or there as far as why there's a discrepancy. So perhaps Chris can go through and see if he can figure out why this imbalance happened. He did show on his PED report that these checks had been voided. And so the bank statement then agreed to the cash report for June 30th. The report the way he presented it was a little funky, but that's for school budget to work out with him. But he did show that that the two reports did agree. And that's really a really important step to this whole thing.
So Ms. Seeley, if I'm reading your comments correctly, the discrepancy is the sum of the voided checks. So there isn't really an issue, right?
Right. I mean, there is on the books, but as far as the bank statement to the cash report, it balanced out.
Okay.
And it wasn't all of the checks. There was like 6 or 7 checks that were voided. And these 4 checks created the imbalance when these checks were voided. So he's gonna have to just kind of research things and see why there's this imbalance.
And then there is still an issue because it's not the sum of all the voided checks. It's only the sum of some of the, okay, so there is just some housekeeping issues.
That's why I have alerts for the drafts.
So then if we can just kind of scroll down on this document to my next update, which is in blue. And I know there is something in here. Here we are. So for number 18, the school submitted contracts or memorandums of employment for all of the current employees. The request were all employees who worked. They just sent me the ones who were employees at 6:30. And there were a lot of I would just say incorrect things on that list. And then they sent me a follow-up of some of the employee records from payroll. And so when I received that, there were 4 that their positions through their job, what are the job codes, were different than what they noted on that employee list. And 2 of them were correct. One of them was like, yeah, maybe the best I could do, depending on what the actual person was actually doing, which was the job code for the office manager. But the biggest concern was there was an employee, Oscar Hernandez, and they submitted to me his license, and his license was for a substitute teacher, but he was being paid as a special education instructional assistant. And they did not submit a special education instructional assistant license for him. And then additionally, his job description was dance. So, and he was originally reported as a teacher. And so there's a lot of discrepancy with this particular employee as to what he has. They did not send me a payroll report that would show what job code he was being paid from.
Which number is this in the comments?
It was I finished this yesterday, so I did not get to update this report. It's the email that I sent out to you yesterday with my updates. But I was out and about yesterday and I didn't get an opportunity to go in and update this actual report with this information. So, I can, let's think. Am I able to screen share? If you stop.
Yes.
If
So
you
while
stop.
you're doing that, Betty, can I just ask?
Yeah.
That item number 7 that was there, it said there was no special education teacher. Is that you're saying there's in the?
Exactly, yes. In
Not
number,
being.
right. In number 7, all teachers would have a regular K-12 teaching job code. There was none that were noted as being special ed teachers, which means teachers who have that special education license.
I'm not sure, outside of your special ed coordinator, do you have any additional?
And the other thing is I did not see a job for a special education coordinator.
So your SPED coordinator, it's not in their contract as SPED coordinator?
And I looked through all of the contracts that they sent, and there was no special education coordinator in any of the contracts that they provided.
Madam Chair, the Dean of Instruction also, the Dean of Instruction is also the special education.
Right, but
director,
shouldn't that be in her contract language?
Yes, it should.
Is it under other?
I mean,
So,
if I was doing that, I'd want it in my contract.
So this was our discussion, and I don't know how we can be discussing personnel.
Well, I'm
Okay,
not
so
trying
that's,
to talk
no, I know, but she's mentioning names. Yeah, so we can't do that. The discussion that my judgment call with the person that it has this specific position was we decided we were both gonna go through I forget what program it is to become licensed for SPED. And the reason why, good luck finding a SPED teacher, right? Let's have that conversation. But if we did it at the time that she signed her contract, July 1, we were not looking for a SPED teacher. I was still in the process of coming on board and all that. And so this would fall under other duties assigned. Because we knew that at some point, either one of us was going to have to go through the LEAP program to become licensed for SPED and take on that position in servicing students. So that's why that wasn't updated at the time that she signed her contract. So I at this point, I would really like to refrain from discussing personnel because we're violating their rights.
We're not, because we're not talking about, we're not talking about an individual. We're talking about a funding. I understand, and I said that was incorrect.
Yes.
And we're not talking about that individual any longer. We're talking about a separate position.
Correct.
And we're just talking position, and we're talking how it's funded.
So
So
that-
I'm not talking a personnel issue.
Yeah, and so we had to wait until an alternative license was also issued for that. So it's my error, but there's a process in those things happening, right? So that's kind of how it fell. She is licensed now fully for special education.
Okay,
Okay, so the same person that we are now discussing, they on their payroll report, their job code was as a principal. So I did not know if this person also had a level 3B administrator's license. And if this person does not, because they are recorded as the dean of students, then they were incorrectly accounted for in the accounting software. So, you know, I'm just looking at the all the information that's been provided to me for all of these questionable, or not questionable, but these positions and persons that I see discrepancies.
Madam Chair, if we may. So to our knowledge, in terms of the Dropbox, there's not within that Dropbox a coder or a code for Dean of Instruction. So the closest description to the work that the dean does is under assistant principal. But the other request, Madam Chair, would we be able to go in order, like from number 12? Okay, thank you.
So, Betty,
Yes,
we're trying to
not be all over
the flow. It's difficult for us to jump from 3 to then 14. Could we just go through it and make a decision for each of those where we're sitting with each of those items? And if we could get that back up.
Yeah, I
appreciate it.
apologize. I apologize.
That's okay.
Will you share screen, Betty, or shall I share again?
Can you share that again? And then if we need
Yes.
to look at my more detailed report, then we can I can screen
And
share.
Madam Chair, just a reminder, Chris Masters is available for question.
And the only thing, you know, at this point in time with a lot of these, the only thing I think I'm going to really recommend is, and I know Chris has talked with Betty, because at the end of the day, I think with a good number of these, there's not any kind of malfeasance issue or anything like that, but there is a concern that you're going to end up with an audit finding.
Yeah, exactly.
So, you know, if that conversation can take place so that that's fixed before, well, I guess you've already been audited.
Yeah, we're starting the audit process again, but I just kind of in the essence of time and everybody respectful of everybody's time. We switched finance software.
Yeah.
Chris unfortunately didn't take the 197,000. And we were going to split it, but he didn't take it. So that's been rectified as well. And I will tell you that it's been an honor to work with Chris. He's awesome. And he's like, again, he's part of riding the ship and he's inherited stuff. And like you said, we're taking it on as best we can. And we will have probably an audit finding, but we're working to meet this, right? And we're making sure that purchasing this new finance software, working with you all, working with the auditors and the other set of auditors as well, we're making sure that we're making good on what we say we're doing with the money. And so I will tell you the last thing on this, and hopefully I don't have to talk again. What I'm doing is instituting academic return on investment. So here's $1 million and here's exactly how it went to the students. Right. And so we don't get that in these reports, but I'll be able to report back on that because I'm making sure that there is a direct line of what money comes in and the academic return investment on the students.
So on 12, you're just going to clean it up and then it's going to be meets. Is that what we're understanding on item 12? You have the update with the voided checks. Some of them equal the amount, but it's going to be cleaned up, right?
Is
Well,
there still,
Becky or somebody, I just want to see what's going to drop off.
Okay.
Is that
Yeah, I mean, if they can get all of this cleaned up for their audit, then it should drop out. They should not give this as an audit finding if they can get everything, you know, journal entries and all of that done. There might be some issues still with the contracts because the contracts do not accurately show what their actual job requirements were.
So, Betty, just on 12? 12, if they can get those checks to equal each other, that issue's going to drop off. Some of them do.
Yeah.
Is this an issue or can it drop off?
So yeah, if they, which one's number 12? Is that the voided checks?
yes, that's the voided checks.
Yes, if they can figure out why the voided checks went wonky in their accounting system, then that will drop off. That should drop off.
Then is that a working to meet and still on there until they figure it out?
Yeah, so I would say so, yes.
Okay.
Okay.
13.
And then the other item that they need to figure out is that consistent $7,059 in the ERB liability on their balance sheet. They need to figure out why that is there.
That's also in 12?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so 12 stays on, it's working to meet, and then we'll update next month.
Yes.
13.
Okay. So if we can scroll down to 13, this one is, I would keep this as working to meet only because when I reviewed the cash receipts, they had some that they did not write a actual receipt when they received their funds before they went to the bank.
But
And
that's
some of
okay.
them were not coded correctly. So this would have to be working to meet until after the audit
Until
to
after
see
the audit.
if the audit, how the auditors handle, find any additional.
Pending the audit, okay.
Yes.
She hasn't been able to reconcile it.
All right, number 14.
Number 14 was,
It looks like that one's a does not meet, but it's a final rating and we can take it off. Is that correct?
yeah, it does not meet. When they hire new employees, they look at the personnel files to make sure that all of the paperwork is there and signed, and it's there and signed before the person, starts working or within a day or so. That's what's going to clear that one.
And it'll.
Okay, but no further updates to the commission are required. We can remove this one from the cap.
Yes.
Okay. 15.
So,
Madam
yeah,
Clerk.
can we go back, I'm sorry, to 13 for just a second? So Betty, can you just give us a little bit of clarity? Are you saying that at this point in time, they have met this and it should show that they've met it in the next audit? Is that what you said?
Well, I believe that they will probably get another audit finding for this, because when I went through their cash receipts, the random asks, there were cash receipts that did not have a receipt written when they received the money. And some of them were coded incorrectly, which was part of this audit finding as well. So depending on what the auditors pull, basically, but if what I pulled, 4 of them were incorrect, but my assumption is that there's going to be more that were incorrect during the year that the auditors might pull and find that there weren't receipts written for other items. Or they could pull the same ones I did, happenstance.
I have a question about, how do we grow to success in these items? And Betty, this might not be for you, and maybe it's more for CSD, for us, as determining what this looks like, because financials are just so hard because it's so like retroactive. We have to wait for audits, like they're just difficult. And I guess for me, when I'm looking at this, we will have an audit. It's going to be a part of the annual report. So what I'm wondering is if it's a better use of our time now to look at, have they created a new process, a new plan? And once that is communicated of like, okay, yeah, and you're gonna get an audit, but I don't want to necessarily keep these like, does that meet or working to meet until you get an audit with a finding, which is already going to be known because it's passed. So I'm wondering if there's a way to transition the way we're showing success.
He's online.
Okay.
Go ahead.
This is what I think. I think that Betty has taken an approach of testing out how the school would perform on an audit. And she's identifying for the school areas where she is seeing there could be an audit finding that occurs. But I think what I hear you saying is that you want to know that there are processes that are being taken at the school to correct these things. And so what are they? Policy, actions, that sort of a thing. And I think that at this point, we're probably going to need to sit down with Betty and maybe even with Chris and Dr. Amador and say, what are those things that are going to prevent the school from running into similar issues? What needs to be put into place? And so that's not what's currently captured in the cap. And so if we hold to what's in the current cap, because the way it was written, it might be a little awkward and we might have to revise some of the indicators in that cap. I really feel like what Betty's doing is sort of educating the schools because
Finding the issue.
finding the issues, pinpointing exactly, here's why you could get an audit finding. Rather than saying,
But for us,
fix this in this way.
It becomes ongoing then because
Right.
we can't close this
Yeah.
out.
Right.
Because this, in the future, going forward, this could be a problem. And the cap is supposed to address a concern, fix it, and not, because everyone could potentially have a workings to meet on everything.
Yeah.
Because, you know, especially, you know, and once again, I am not the person to be talking finances. So it's, you know, it's bad. So.
I mean, the other way that you all could be evaluating this is the degree to which the school has been cooperating with the corrective action.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
test That
Okay.
Betty's been conducting, which I'm sure Betty could speak to and I think is probably good.
Yes, and
can I just wonder why this can't go, the plan that you just said could satisfy and close out the cap. The audit and your financial framework is taken care of in the
And it's
annual
coming up.
report. So whatever, if they got a did not meet for last year, they get a did not meet for last year.
Right.
If the point of those is that they get a meets or they get a working meets as you're moving along.
Right.
So
It was just the approach that Betty took, which I really helpful to the schools to like get really, really specific.
So if I can be more clear then, what Betty did is exactly right. Because she's helping find these areas and then giving it to you. But for me, it's the next step. So once again, going into next steps of, I don't want to keep, if you've made the changes, you're like, got it, we hear you. We got new finance software, so we don't have these weird coding issues. So that's one of those things, right? So like that part where it was like, because the coding was weird before and it needed to be done differently, you have a plan, you've already started implementing it. So to me, instead of waiting for Betty's next step or an auditor's next step, like I think what Betty's done is perfect, great, love it. Then I feel like for me, what the ladder of intervention is for to see the corrected action, right? So once I see the corrected action, which is we got new finance software, we changed our processes, and we had a meeting about it. If you can articulate that like in writing, I'd be good with like, let's go ahead and put meets.
Kind of
Move
more
on,
like a
because-
summary of.
Exactly,
actions.
like
Yeah,
that-
yeah,
yeah,
which
if I
is
may.
what we wanted, and I think.
Let me go ahead and, so when we got to the school, and I met with Chris in length when I first got there, we knew and understood there hadn't been financial processes at the school. It's evident, right? That's why the dings are coming up. So we did hire somebody. The recommendation was to hire somebody to assist in the business office. In turn, we sent that person to the New Mexico, I don't know, we sent her to procurement school. Now we have a chief procurement officer. The procurement and processes at Alma have not been in place. So you're seeing the practice is not there. So now we're starting that procurement process, right? So now it's not policy. We have to follow the state procurement. It's already there for us. Now we're creating the procedures at the school. So I will tell you, there was a couple times where $300 showed up on my desk. And the students were selling stuff. Yeah, I'll give, you could just stop by the school. So the students, and I will tell you that a lot of what the students do is student led. So they were selling the prom stuff, the candies, and they just dropped the money and I'm like, who brought this in? Right? And you know, so these are things we have to clear up and that's what we're looking at. So we know this. We're clearing it up. Creating a procurement process on a campus is not easy, right? We know this. Alma gets a lot of donations. A lot of people support the school. They donate $100 here. We have to clean that process up, right? And so as we're moving forward, so we are taking steps. Like I said, the big one was the advice from the last audit was hiring someone to assist in the business office, which we did. Now they've gone to procurement school, so now they're a chief procurement officer. So those are huge steps to take, right, in that year. Now it's the processes. So now the work begins really, right, on fixing this. Are we going to get a couple of dings? Probably so. But in the process, I do want to let you know, we have taken a lot of steps to clean the licensure up, and to the point of contracts and background checks. We did a thorough investigation of employees, even the veteran employees, 20 years, did not have background checks on file. So I made them go get background checks last year, right? So we cleaned up a lot, and we're still cleaning up. But like you said, we're going to move forward. So now we addressed our employee packets. They're addressed differently. We're looking at job codes and then job descriptions, right? That's a lot to do. So we're getting into it, but I want to let the commission know that those steps are being taken, have been taken, and will continue to be taken to address these. And Chris can fill in whenever he wants.
You know, I am really happy to spend some time with Chris and help you guys perfect your practices based on, best practices, because I know, I did this job for a very long time, and I know it's a huge job. And, I'm not perfect. I made mistakes along the way, which I learned through my audit findings. And I'm really happy to discuss with you maybe ways that I could help you to, really get things, going for you all. I mean, that's just an offer that I'm making here.
No, and I think that's great. And we're in the new fiscal year. So Betty's on a new contract. So that's helpful as well. And that's what we are looking to do with the money that's the support systems that we want to be able to put in place. So thank you for that. And I hope everyone makes use of that opportunity, because I think it's important. Because in our framework, we do, obviously we look at audit findings, but we consider those repeat audit findings as the bigger issues. Yes, you got an audit finding this year, but hopefully it's cleared out the next year. So, and we know it's, I don't know if we've had schools that have had completely clean audits. It's very hard.
Madam.
Could I just clarify, assuming that what Betty has said would cover all of hers, we go to the top of the chart, I think we can go clean and make sure everybody's clear on each one. So on number 1, the academic proficiency, we're waiting for the scores to assess this. So there's no next step right now.
Right.
Number 2 is meet, so it's complete. Number 3 is special ed. Next steps is special ed. We'll be working to meet, and they are going to do a cap. So the cap, if they are in compliance, and I think I've got that here, I'll add it. If they're in compliance with the timelines in those caps, that will be working to meet with no other just an update to PEC on that. The lottery policy is complete. Yep. Audit and finance is complete. Establishing the complaints. I don't know.
It's pending it to September.
Yes, that we wanted to get an update on that, and CSD is
yeah, so it's still pending. Yeah.
In agreement. I'm satisfied that the school has, working with Ms. Seeley, has identified their areas of weakness in finances, and that they're taking proactive steps to improve. And I want to see what the audit says this fall. And most schools don't have a perfectly clean one. And if there are findings, that's not the end of the world, and CSD is not going to breathe fire at them.
So to get to the bottom, 7 is complete on formal complaints. Yep. 8 is complete on teacher mentoring. 9 is complete on OMA compliance. 10 is complete on licensure with the information that Dr. Amador just provided. 12 is what 11 is complete. Thank you. Let me check that. And then 12 through 18 is, sorry.
I would,
It can be considered complete.
Before we get too crazy with just closing it all out, I would like to say, I think it would be important to articulate in writing the plans for these and provide to CSD for these things. So I would say working to meet for all of them, and then let's close them out next month. Like, if you can articulate those plans of like, this is how we're making these changes where we don't believe we'll have these same issues in the future, that would help me feel better. Like I said, I like a.
remind me.
I agree.
Yeah,
Is
I
that-
agree.
Is that put in the letter? Because they got a letter because of the previous audit. So I don't know.
I'm just asking for this.
I know, but
specifically,
I'm
yeah.
just wondering if that was because of the financial audit. Was that requested in that letter? So are they doing that already? I don't know. I'm just, because I can't remember that.
If they are or not, doesn't matter to me. I want it for this, like, independently of anything else.
We incorporated that audit into here, so it's been merged. It has that.
I know, I just
get
want
it.
it to be like number 12, this is what we're doing, no, like, just simple. Just very, a direct
step-
response to each of these, super
And-
simple, throw it in.
And
like,
if
we'll
I
move on.
may, Madam Chair, I echo what was just shared by Commissioner Burt. I think something that Mr. Masters had echoed to me and to Dr. Amador is that if he had been given the opportunity to have a conversation with Ms. Seeley, other than just upload and submit documents, a number of these areas would have been
Okay,
clarified.
so that's great. So we'll do that, and that.
Okay, so on items 12 through 18, they are identifying CSD, the school, and Betty Seeley are identified what needs to be corrected, and we'll present that to the PEC in September. And then I put in here, and that then it can be dropped off the cap. And then I just put in here that the financial framework can confirm past performance if it did not meet or however it got scored. And then it'll be the tool to use into the future. All right, I think that's.
Wanted to confirm the attendance piece. Is the PEC considering that?
Do we want to say
Closed and
meets or
meet?
just closed?
Well, no.
Just
because
removal?
Because it
Just
is
remove it?
the attendance for success, because there is that possibility that it's going to go into the OSC report.
So, but is that included in the number 3? And can we remove it from this?
I think,
Or are we doing a double ding?
no, I don't think a double. So if it'll only exist if it's in 3. Yeah.
So let's,
Yeah.
So compliance
we're
with
good.
the Attendance for Success Act is closed.
And CSD will score last year in the manner in which it should be scored. The school can respond in the manner in which they want to, but it'll go back to the annual.
And then 24-25 monitoring is a new day.
So are we done with the financial?
I think we're done.
So I just have a question, comment. So I guess it was 2 meetings ago when there was this amount of $160,000 that was fire, the house is on fire. There's $160,000 that's not accounted for. And there was serious concern. You know, that's not a small sum. And it's like, how is it not accounted for? So now we're sitting in a space where that's not a concern. So here's my question / concern. I hate to be at a fire, and now we're nowhere. It's like, oh, it disappeared. So I'm just concerned that everyone was alarmed, and we thought that that could have been the reason why we revoke a charter, because there's $160,000 that's not accounted for. So that was my biggest concern, and it came up later, and it's like, oh my gosh, what's wrong with this? And now we're here in this space, and I'm glad that it apparently isn't a concern, but I had raised the question either last month or the month before, is this something that the finance committee should have been able to catch? And the response was yes. So my question is, how did it just disappear? And it's no longer a problem, and it looks like there wasn't even a barbecue that was going out.
If I could respond, I'd like to.
I know. So Chris, sure, and then Betty.
Yes, thank you very much. So the actual issue was on the OBMS system that they've changed for this year. For the balances, instead of using an Excel spreadsheet that we've done for the last 15 years, we've had to upload certain balances of the audit, each fund balance of the audit, through OBMS. Now, whenever that happened, whenever that took place, my numbers were off. I talked to my budget analyst right away. We communicated right away. And of course, it was during the time of budget season. She was busy, and she's also a rookie. So I said, well, I have to submit this. We had our budget due about the same time, end of April. So submitted it, knowing that she would not approve it, and she was going to get with her mentor and get back to me, which they did, which I appreciate. They worked really good with me. We were able to justify both some of my errors, putting them into the system, as well as what the OBMS system was kind of automatically doing that we had no control over. So whenever we did that, we actually worked on the cash report line by line, fund by fund on that with my budget analyst and her mentor. 2 hours, we had everything cleaned up, more than fine, 3 hours, so something like that. So that third quarter was resubmitted. And I believe it was resubmitted end of June, early July-ish. And on there, where Betty had mentioned earlier that, there was those differences, that's what our budget analysts ask us to do, is to highlight each of those fiscal years that were those checks were originated from, so that they could be closed out. Now, the reason we couldn't void them out is not because we were, not wanting to or anything. It's because anything created in this software through the payroll system, you cannot manually undo. And so it was actually the software technicians that were able to void those checks finally after several months of request on that. So again, this is one of the several reasons that we're moving to Skyward Cumulative. There's just some things in this current software that we were using last year that you can't control. And then with Skyward, it is a very step-by-step process for sure. So that's where that came from. And actually, we did inform the board on that, and but there was not a big alarm on that, because I told them, said, this is a process, is that I worked with our budget analyst, and right now she did not have the answers. She's going to get with her mentor, and right now it's also budget season, so it's going to take a little bit of time. And so whenever we were able to address that, then the fourth quarter cash report came out just zeroed out perfectly. So that is the reason for that, and I don't feel there was a
any lack of communication or lack of transparency. But I did not raise flags for this just because of the communication that I have with the Budget and Finance Bureau. Thank you.
Betty, did you want to say anything? She probably didn't hear me. Betty, did you want to say anything?
Oh, no, I think what Chris just said kind of cleared things up for me as far as that large variance. You know,
Okay.
yeah.
All right. Thank you. Relieved. Thank you. So we're good with, okay, no,
What's gonna happen?
nope. Sure.
It's obvious you've done a lot of work, and it's been pretty brutal. So, you know, I kind of get that. I just kind of want to echo, what some of the other commissioners were talking about, in that, you're obviously one heck of a good, administrator, dealing with this. I would just kind of plead with you to be human. Because we're tired of hearing the pain of those parents. And something's not quite right. So we want to stop those calls. That's it.
So are we? We will. Over,
We have to vote on their.
we have one more item for them, and that's just clearing out the governance council. So we'll clear that out, and then school will be dismissed for them.
Madam Chair, before we go, I want to thank the commission for giving me the opportunity and Dr. De Leon and my board to show you that progress is being made. I also want to reiterate that request to address the concerns that you just brought up and you guys have brought up as well. I don't think an open meeting is a public, it's not an appropriate place for it. And that's why I haven't done it yet, out of respect for the families, but even out of respect for myself, that I don't discuss some of those things in public. That we're morally and ethically bound to the state not to do that. And so I would request a private meeting because it does involve a lot of emotion. And then I can show you the documentation that I have, because I think that it's easy to come on public comment and get on social media and tear people down. It's easy to do that. But I was never really introduced to you all. And unfortunately, this was the way that I was introduced, right? But you can tell through the work that I do have an amazing passion for students and for schools. You guys also noted in April that this was almost going to be impossible. And we've made it possible. So, but that's a testament to my dedication to the students, families, and the Alma learning community that we get this right. And sometimes doing the right thing is not the easiest thing to do. I will tell you that. But I would like to reiterate that request, and I want to thank you for your patience, the charter school division as well. And at the end of the day, we're all here for kids, right? But unfortunately, money and processes the kids don't know about and parents don't understand, right? And we're taking time to bring that together. So it does take time, and I thank you for the time. But like I said, I'm not asking for chances. I'm asking for opportunities, and there's a big difference in that. So thank you for your time. And Dr. De Leon, if you have any last words, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Beck. I think that was reassuring for Dr. Amador and his staff. So we appreciate all of the work that you all do to help improve student outcomes for our New Mexico students. And thank you. Thank you for the work. We appreciate each and every one of you.
So if we can just quickly move to item number 11, sorry. I didn't switch my page. Yep, please.
I move that the PEC accept the notification from Almadal Arte Charter High School regarding the change of governing board members identified as item 11 in the meeting materials.
I second.
There's a motion by Commissioner Byrd, a second by Commissioner Brower. No, we don't. Commissioner Manus he's gone.
I'm here.
Oh.
I just don't have my video on.
So I'm just going to very quickly say, all of these changes, packets were created, reviews were made, checked with the OMA, guidance that had been provided by the Department of Justice or whatever they're calling themselves now. And that's why we're here at this point in time. So there are no concerns. So, Commissioner Beck.
Well, Commissioner Manus.
Yes.
Commissioner Brower,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Ingham,
Yes.
Commissioner Burke,
Yes.
Vice Chair Carrillo,
Yes.
Chair Gibson,
Yes.
Secretary Beck, yes. There are 8 votes for, 0 votes against. The motion passes.
So, thank you.
One last question. Does the cap require a vote to move forward, or are we good? We're good? Okay,
No, we didn't take any action.
okay,
So it still stands.
awesome.
So it's no vote.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah. So we're good. We're going to take a 10-minute break.
Cindy, he's messing with you.
Well, I couldn't understand him, so there you go. SOS.
Ready, we're on to item 12. I think the vice chair is going to take over now. We're on to item 12.
Right.
And that would be the
What's the best path to
PEC rules and procedures.
Just to increase the
correct?
And Julia, do you have the changes that we made?
No,
What are we looking at?
it doesn't. Just get notified that they're making a vote.
Stu Cole is playing Alexander Haig.
What it's
Alexander.
Sure. All right. Discussion and possible action on PEC rules of procedure, which we've already looked at, and we made the modification that it's going to comply with law.
Could I just raise one thing before you vote on it? It occurred to me the last 2 days that if you have a even number of commissioners, if you have a tie vote, the motion fails, and if you have the split vote and everybody keeps their vote and a motion fails, you would have 2 failed motions. You have an obligation to decide a new school application by September 1 and the renewal application by December 31. Your rules of procedure do not address that. Well, they don't address no decision, and you have to make a decision. So you're going to have to that much is in statute. You have to make the decision. So before you voted on this, I wondered if you wanted to spend a little bit of time on that. I don't think there's anything urgent in the rules of procedure, or you could adopt it today and we can open them right back up. But that just occurred to me yesterday. I'm like whispering to Patty, what if? And my only answer in my mind was, well, we're going to recess and we're going to think about it, because your rules of procedure don't approve it. You could have a process that says, whatever it could say, the school will come back and make an additional half-hour presentation, the PC will vote again. I don't know. I don't know that you need to flip a coin.
I don't think we need to do anything. I think the odds of that are slim. And I think that if that does happen, it's that case where we just have to say, all right, let's discuss it a little bit more and really do the consensus kind of a thing. What's holding you up? What's holding you up? What's your deal breaker here? What would, you know what I mean?
Just to keep working.
Yeah.
You keep working.
Failed, just keep going. Okay, then you don't need it in the rules of procedure. I just didn't want you to finalize the rules of procedure if you wanted to put something in here.
I think,
Because a 4-4 or 5-5 is a failed motion.
yeah.
So you have to keep going.
And I think we are a real collegial group. We're collegial. And I think we could work it out amongst ourselves. On that note, Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion regarding item 12. All right, so PEC rules of procedure. I move that the PEC adopt the revised PEC rules of procedure identified as item 12 in the meeting materials, and that the revised PEC rules of procedure be posted to the PEC website.
Second. There's a motion by Commissioner Carrillo and a second by Commissioner Gibson. There's no further discussion. Is Commissioner Manus still on? Okay. Commissioner Beck?
Chair Gibson,
Yes.
Vice Chair Carrillo.
Yes.
Commissioner Ingham.
Yes.
Commissioner Burt,
Yes.
Commissioner Manus. You're supposed to be- Commissioner Brown, let's just finish it.
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor.
Yeah.
There's 7 votes for, 0 votes against. Oh, Secretary Beck, yes. There are 7 votes for, 0 votes against. The motion passes.
Thanks. We're on to item number 13 which is the discussion of possible action on the PEC logo. So we just have to, we kind of came to a consensus. So I think we just need to vote that that's the logo that we're going to put forward to. Correct, right.
Commissioner Manus is back.
And you need the Zia Pueblo outreach completed.
I did the outreach, so I think,
Okay.
so I think a motion is contingent on approval by the Zia Pueblo or acceptance by, or no response, because that is a question, because, you know, it goes into an email box that says info at. So I don't know, I'm going to submit it again. But I'm going to say if we don't hear in 7 to 10 days, then I'm going to,
Yeah, pending rejection, maybe that.
there we go.
And then we can always remove it. if
We
we
could, yeah, yeah. Yeah, pending rejection is good. Okay.
Okay, I have a question about the, which says be placed into final form. Is that just, that's the part where we're gonna have someone work on it and fine tune it?
Remember the name of the person who did that.
I mean, because even the littlest thing, like the way the Zia and the upper part of it bled into the black portion, you don't want that orange portion. You want, you know what I mean? You want the red, the tone of the Zia to go up and not the orange. Anyway, little things.
We're good.
How are we gonna, yeah, I can make them, how are we gonna get this, like our little nits to this professional?
I asked KT to send a file to Consuelo, and Consuelo is going to then send it to the printing office, because the printing office, New Mexico State
Okay,
Printing
and then we
Office-
can tell them the little things we want
Correct.
tweaked. Great, okay.
It's been sent to Consuelo already.
Thank you.
Thank you, KT. I move that the PEC adopt the logo number 4 in the meeting materials in item 13 be finalized by a professional hired through CSD, and that this logo be used for all PEC documents subject to objection by the Zia Puebla.
Second.
There's a motion by Commissioner Carrillo, a second by Commissioner Burt. Commissioner Beck?
Commissioner Burt?
Yes.
Commissioner Moonis?
Yes.
Mr. Brower?
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor?
Yes.
Chair Gibson?
Yes.
Vice Chair Korea? Yes. Commissioner Ingham?
Yes.
Secretary Beck, yes. There are 8 votes for, 0 votes against. The motion passes.
Thank you. And I think we covered by and large 14 at the subcommittee report. So talking points will get out. We've got the priorities. People are going to start talking to legislators, and I think we're set with that. Number 15.
Could I just ask a question? So are you going to bring it back, sorry, to a vote of the PC to move forward or not?
I don't think we've ever.
You have in the past, you have in the past to say this is a PEC position so that you could stand up at legislative.
Right, gotcha.
You know, so I don't know if you might not be ready for that yet.
Let's wait.
All right.
Yeah, let's wait. Yeah. Because that's less urgent because we're not talking to any in a public forum at this point in time. So I think we're good. Report from Charter School Division?
Yes. Hello, commissioners. Don't I have energy? Day 3 of meetings. All right, so we're going to first talk about the CSD staff positions. As I mentioned last time, I have a request for reclassifying Jessica's old position into a financial coordinator position, which was what Ruby did. Someone who can run share reports and give monthly zeroing in on the budget, because I need to know every penny at any given point, lest it go away. So I'm waiting to hear on the okay for that. And then we have a position open in training and technical assistance, and there's probably some resumes and applications. And so Missy and I will be taking a look at those sometime real soon. But the sad news, the very sad news I have to share with you today is that a staff person who we recently hired, Diana Serna, who took the admin A in the authorizing team, has given her notice because her dream job of being EL coordinator has come up in her home district. So we have already posted the position. That's the good news. But we won't have Deanna on our team, and that's really sad.
Why couldn't we just tell her that some dreams don't come true?
I don't know, but that's the update on the CSD staff positions. I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Brown if she's ready, or I can do the San Diego Riverside if you want a minute. Okay, so then I'm also going to jump on to C, which is update on the San Diego Riverside Charter renewal conditions. And I can tell everybody in this room is just really excited to hear the update on that. No, the update is that I've met with the San Diego Riverside team alongside the Walatoa team. So that is Tony Archuleta as interim head administrator, Bernadette, who works closely with him, Valerie Shaw, Dr. Commander from Walatoa, as well as board members from San Diego Riverside to review the charter school renewal conditions document. It's been really helpful for us to walk through each of the items and discuss and brainstorm and to be able to support the school. We have our next check-in on the 20th. I would say the bottom line is that they have completed some things. There's some things in progress, and time will tell if the rest of the things that we had talked about them completing by the next time we meet are done or not. It was, they had professional development to provide to teachers And they needed to take a look at, the MOU between the two schools. But they have started their first day of school, and they do have some baseline testing. And they reached out to Public Charter Schools New Mexico. You know, the problem with these very, 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 very detailed compliance documents is that in this case, it mentions Kelly Callahan. She's unavailable, so they've reached out to Teresa Archuleta. Whether she's available or not, I don't know, because I understand from Public Charter Schools NM that Teresa is going to run a head administrator, a new head administrator mentorship program out of PCSNM, and I've asked them for details on that. I know Teresa is taking a large role with that, so I don't know the outcome of their meeting with Teresa on whether she will actually serve as mentor.
Okay, because when I spoke with her 2 weeks ago, and she was in the process of contacting.
Right.
So, yeah, but I don't have.
I don't know if they've confirmed any sort of plan yet, so I will continue to meet and support them. And I understand from the executive committee that any sort of official report that comes out of the condition comes with the annual report. So we're just helping them mind it and reflect on it and brainstorm how they can get it done as support for the school. Thank you.
Question about this? Are there timelines or deadlines related to any of this? And are there, what do we do?
Absolutely. There are timelines, yes. And
What do we do if timelines are not met? Besides, kick the can down the arroyo.
right, well, so the, so if I think, let me see if I have this in alignment with what Ms. Barnes also believes, is that if I felt like that there was egregious violations, they were completely ignoring this, making no progress whatsoever, I could bring this to the attention of the PEC in some sort of ladder of intervention way. Otherwise, if I see them making some levels of progress, maybe not hitting every mark on every single deadline, which you're going to find lots of schools don't, but they're making progress, then we hold off to the end of the year when the annual report gets published to report out on the final outcomes for meeting the conditions of renewal. Is that correct?
Yes, I wanted to just add one other thing. The assurance form that goes to all schools under the new contract, there was a technical change made to it. They need to review their last year's annual report, which these schools in their first year don't have, but they also have to review with the board their condition document. So they're going to need to talk about that and submit that assurance form. And then at any point on any school, if Director Chavez feels like something needs to be brought forward, starting an intervention ladder, she can always do that.
Okay. Me? So, the training reports, why can't I share my screen with the training report? In your folder, you'll see the FY24 Charter Schools Technical Assistance and Training Milestone Report. Apparently I can't, oh, there we go, thank you, probably Lucy, no, Bridget. In there, you've got all of your schools. I'll remind you that San Diego Riverside and Dream Dene are not in there because they were not your schools during FY24. I've put which page every school is on if you want to go directly to that page. Remind you, we list who the officers are. If we know if there is an R next to somebody's name or hours, if you'll scroll down to 21st century, so you'll see that we've got Vincent Vargas has a 6R for FY24. Because it's black, it means he got 6 hours, he resigned, and he needed no more than 6 hours, right? So we prorate hours. So Gary Boyd, about 11 hours and resigned. That was all good. Sometimes you'll see a red number. That means they didn't get all the hours. So like if a new board member has 12 hours, but it's red, it means they didn't get the new member course. So that's what that means. The dates are for the contract term. So you see 21st Century is up for renewal. So they've got, 4 years of data for them. I don't know why I made the mistake of having it say FY24 twice there, but it's FY23 and then FY24, like it is for ABA. So, Bridget, if you could pull up the, I don't know that I didn't put this in there. Shoot, let me see if I can share my screen. I did do a data analysis. And there we go. I haven't put this in your folder because I've been busy with other things. But I was really pleased that the percentage of board members not getting any training completed drastically reduced from FY23 to FY24. So in FY23, I think it was like more than 8%. And in FY24, it's 3.6% didn't complete their training. So I think that that's a huge win. You can see people are continuing to get a combination of training through PCS&M, through CSD. I don't pull out, but if an attorney or a school's lawyer, business manager want to give them training hours, I don't pull all that data. But we had two. So this is just all of the data. How many people did CSD training in FY23 and FY24 versus PCS&M versus a combination versus no training, which you can see that's where this is really. We went from 71 people to 21 people. So again, I think that's a huge win. And then we had two conferences in FY24. So this is just showing you the percentages of people from PEC authorized schools who went to both conferences, district schools, and the total. I want to remind the commissioners that we send quarterly messages to every single board, not just your schools, but every single board on their training progress. Thank you. And we do semi-annual checks of their websites to make sure that everybody is in compliance with things that are required. And that's what I know.
Sure.
Hey, it might be fun. If we did something like the NMSBA does and have a charter board of the year and or a board member of the year above.
I have tried to get that going and I've failed at it because
Shame on you.
I know I'm terrible. I would really like to do it for like the last 2 years, but I have not been able to get myself to do that or have.
You should have to do it on your own.
Yeah, so I talked to Missy about this, that at the charter school conference, as a PEC, that under advisement from Missy, because she's gonna know best, right? But that we do give something cool to an exemplary board for that year. And it could be just one little thing that we can contribute.
But each
And
get a
it's from the
little-
Got a
PEC.
logo.
And it's from the PEC. That way we don't have to put CSD in a weird spot where they're picking and choosing. We can pick and choose. And we're
And then a board member too, someone who's really done.
independent.
You want that? Like,
Yes, we
you
want
want somebody to say, oh, the PEC really likes this school.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
It's not-
Exemplary
I'm not saying
boards.
We're favoring the
No.
school, but I think schools that are operating in a excellent fashion, there's so little opportunity for recognition of that. I don't see that we're saying, okay, you get a pass on your annual report next year because you did such a great
Well, I
job.
think there's a
It's
difference
something like that. I
between
think
saying,
it's, anytime anyone can get an attaboy, I think we should be
but
part of
there's
that.
a difference between selecting one entity that is board of the year as opposed to saying, We want to recognize these boards where every single member got their
Well,
training
you
this
respect
year.
I think we could do it as a PEC, so.
Yeah.
And
I'm
would
just
also think
weighing
that
in.
I know,
Could be
but I,
categories such as, longest serving board member, first board to get all their training done.
Yeah. Whatever.
no, I think it's a great idea. That's definitely something, yes.
Might-
We'll put that on the
100%.
work session for September.
Oh, I actually had just written a note to bring it up at like,
Address
for
it.
next item.
We'll put it on the.
Yeah.
work session.
Great.
Thanks. Okay. Missy, anything else?
No, but KT is back.
Okay, thanks. Of course, right before we're going to take a vote to adjourn. So once again, I want to thank you. And once again, we brought this excellent tool up to the deputy secretary, as I mentioned before, when Joe Guillen was saying, I don't know how to track all these. And we said, we already do that. So, and we told her to look at our meeting minutes because of the materials, because it's there. So thank you, because we're in the forefront of what we need to do here, and it is important. So the next thing we are on to is, the report from the chair. It was brought to, there was a request, I think because the timing of September 1 was too soon from the start of the school year, that the assurance document come in September 30th. Yeah. And a reminder that there's no annual report done for renewing schools.
However, I think 4 schools have conditions, so they will look at that as if it was an annual report.
No, those are schools that are already renewed. The schools that are renewing. Because the schools that renewed last year will get an annual report for this year, correct?
The schools, for the assurances, it's the schools that are under the new contracts.
Right. And and the 4 schools that have conditions, it'll be in, yeah. Yep, we're good. Newer updated school issues. The only update I have is Dolores Huerta is going to be moving in with Alma. Oh, did you not? They lost their lease. They were given or less than 30-day notice to vacate by LCPS. They have, fortunately, LCPS extended their lease till December 30th to give them time to be able to move, notify parents appropriately. And apparently that notice went out unbeknownst to the superintendent. So it was the facilities person that generated the vacate notice. So I'm actually going to go there Monday and walk through the facility with them, and they've been given advisement as to what steps they need to take in order to have an MOU and get everything that they need to in compliance. I've asked the assistance of Commissioner Ingham with some questions about that lease reimbursement and what that actually looks like. Okay. Okay, thanks. So that's the only update I have at this point in time. PCS&M. I know Matt said that he was not going to be available this afternoon. I don't know if Val is here or not.
Neither Matt nor Val are still on. They were on earlier, but they're not on.
Okay. Matt is apparently getting an award somewhere in Albuquerque, so that's why he couldn't be here this afternoon. So congratulations to him. The award is, but congratulations. Sure.
I'm just going to jump in on her section, just with a question. Next month, you are going to get partial annual reports. I am assuming, because they're partial, that you all, in the letters will not identify the, exemplary or on track for that, but you will identify, issues of performance, the unsatisfactory performance. Is that how you want the letters prepared? They're gonna get 2 letters, I think, anyway, because you're accepting partial annual reports. So I'm thinking if
So
someone.
really quickly,
Mhm.
I feel like this is where I'm gonna come from. I don't think we send our letter out until we have the whole thing. That if there's significant reds in this first part of the report, that could lead to ladder of intervention, that could need some more serious work. That's the only action we would take off of these, is like the really serious stuff. Otherwise, they have them, they can already start working on improving their stuff. But I do think we only give 1 letter at the end.
I appreciate that because it could be confusing.
Yeah, I agree. I did not even think that there was going to be 2 letters. Just 1 letter. Yeah, yeah. Yep. Okay, so PCS&M is not here. There is no update on collecting national best practices because there haven't been any conferences that anyone is going to. We just did the preparation for the partial annual reports. Do we have anything additional that you need to add for that?
The thing I'd want to make sure of is that CSD indicate to schools that they need to start to take action now. Because if this body can't finalize those reports till January or something, I want schools to know that they need to be taking action now on the 2 parts that you have finalized. That's the only reason to do them early, is to tell schools what the concerns are. So as long as they know that, I'm okay without a PEC letter.
I guess, so the message that goes with the annual reports is there is an expectation that areas of concern, schools are moving to take action on them now, as opposed to waiting for a final letter from us, which isn't going to come until the school year is almost over.
So, Chair Gibson and Commissioners, I thought that the purpose of the letters was to inform the authorizer of the progress that schools are making. Schools are well aware that they need to take action. They reply to us with, hair on fire whenever there's a does not meet indicator, trying to get us to change it.
We're referring to the letter that we send out.
Yes, no, I understand that. I mean,
That's not
schools,
informing the PEC. That letter that we
no,
send
but
out
the
goes to the school.
reports are to inform the PEC.
Correct, but what we're referencing is
Right.
there's not going to be a letter from
No,
us
there's not, but
until the final report.
But it's my understanding that, all the schools are aware of the administrative code, that they're aware of, 6692 and MAC. They're aware that they need to correct unsatisfactory performance. I guess are you asking that CSD send a letter to schools telling them that they need to start thinking about? I'm not sure what.
Last
being asked
year, the letters from the PEC didn't come out, and a school who 2 or 3 years later could say, well, we didn't get your letter, PEC, knowing that you were concerned until March, so we couldn't take any action. The purpose of doing this early, the early reports from you, is for you to tell the schools, here are your areas of concern, you to show the PEC, here are the areas of concern. And I just want the message to be clear to the schools that they need to start taking action now based on your report. It can be a blanket email to everyone. It doesn't need to be a letter. But if the PEC is not going, PC is not going to right now, next month, identify in writing unsatisfactory performance. I'm
So-
fine with that, as long as the schools know that they need to start taking action now. They have the concerns, they have your do not meets, they have your working to meets. They need to start working on them.
But so here's, and Becca, I'll get to just in a sec. My concern is, I think schools already know they need to do that. That's where I'm sitting, that they've always, through the annual reports, they've known if there's a red, I need to get on the shtick and work on this. And if it's a yellow, I still need to be working on this. So I'm not there with something additionally going out from CSD on that. I think we've always had that expectation. Becca?
I'll add to it. Agreed. I also know CSD at the site visits goes through and starts trying to tell them what they can do better for the next year. And that's where like that technical assistance comes in. So they know in the spring during site visits, usually how they're going to go. And then they'll get the preliminary. They'll see that as well. That's that's always been the expectation. Our letters are just to formalize a record of performance from the PEC perspective. That is the only purpose of our letters. They are not to be the trigger for them to then act upon it. It is just formalizing the record of performance. So I do think what CSD already does is sufficient. I think all the back and forth. I mean, if schools are, I cannot fathom a school making an argument that they did not know they needed to fix something. I think CSD does a really good job of making sure they are very well aware of that. So yeah, I don't think we need to do anything extra. And really it's, for me, getting them earlier, the purpose of getting them earlier for the PEC is the kind of more indicator of distress work of like seeing where they're in bad shape and helping fix that.
Yeah, and part of the reason for our letter was the concern was raised that if any notifications are coming from CSD, then it's not a notification from the PEC. So to me, an email that goes from CSD doesn't satisfy that concern because it's not a record from the PEC. That's where the letter is from us, so that is a record. But when we had the discussion about why we're sending the letter, it was because if anything, whatever it was came out of CSD, so it's not a formal record of our communication. This wouldn't be.
I think the rule is going to require you to do a letter. Within 10 days after the commission meeting, the commission shall provide a written notice to the school if the commission has accepted the final annual report or a final annual report completed in part. Identify the annual report notice issued by the commission and reference the annual report which identifies unsatisfactory performance requiring corrective action with specificity such that the state charter school can take appropriate action to correct its performance.
So is this going to be labeled as final annual report
Completed
in part?
Yeah, it's only the organizational and financial with.
I know, but I'm just wondering if the notice that goes out, does it say that? Because why did we put that in the business?
The difficulty is that some of the organizational indicators cannot be rated until months later, and the PEC wants information ASAP.
No,
And
I'm
so,
fine with what you're.
I have an idea. So if the rule requires the commission to send a letter within 10 days of accepting the annual reports in part, the commission could decline to take action accepting those partial reports, could read them, could have the information, the schools have had the feedback, and then wait to accept final reports.
Yeah, thanks. Someone's brain is still working. Thanks. That's a really good idea. So thank you. Okay. So we're good with this? Okay, okay. Anyone? I don't think anyone needs any guidance on any votes on subcommittees, so we're moving on. PEC comments, reminder, you don't have to say something.
Madam Chair, I do want to say something. I want to first just commend all of us, especially you, Madam Chair, for running. I think some really difficult. I'm gonna characterize them as difficult decisions that we made over the last 3 days. I also want to share that what I'm about to say is no condemnation for anyone's vote that we did yesterday, especially with the school from Alamogordo. I am uneasy about how we came out on that school. I'm super uneasy about it. Bear with me here, but you all are familiar with Citizens United versus the Federal Election Commission. That was the vote that was the Supreme Court decision in 2010, I believe it was, that said that essentially corporations, nonprofits, other entities have First Amendment rights to give as much money as possible to any political candidate or campaign that they wanted. Regardless of our differences of opinion about that, it fundamentally changed the way that things happen in our country when it comes to politics. I think we can agree that that's happening. There's billions of dollars of dark money going into candidates, both in social media, which that's no holds barred, and other types of media and publications. And I think yesterday, the way that we came out, I think that's going to be one of our Citizen United moments. I think we're going to regret what we did. And this is no disrespect to the content of the academic part of that application. You know where I was on the cheating. And I didn't characterize it yesterday as that, but that was absolute cheating after I thought about it and prayed on it last night. There's no other way that we can describe that. And now I really worry of what that means to the schools who we have approved and who are doing really awesome things, who did it right in the past. And I'm also thinking about next year and how we need to clarify our approach for next year, because we said, and things that we approved, no plagiarizing, no copying. As I said yesterday, there is nothing more black and white in our life than that. And we still voted that school forward. And I'm not beating up one individual person who made a vote. I think collectively as a commission, I am saddened. I am heartbroken. And I don't know where we go from there, because we get really clear and confident about certain things. We get high and mighty on making decisions for kids. We have values. And I think yesterday we dropped the ball on those. I really do. And I don't think there is a mutual, I don't think anyone in any decision owns the rights to saying that I'm doing this based on kids, because my decisions are based on kids and I voted no on that school. And others voted yes on that school and put kids first. But plain and simple, that school cheated. And we said yes to them. And that's going to haunt us. Thank you.
I can't even talk about it. I can't.
Chair, Commissioner Burt still has her hand up. I'm not sure if that's because she doesn't know how to take it down on the phone or she wants to make comment.
I put it up.
Okay,
Go ahead.
I'm very happy with decisions we made over the course of this last couple days. I think we did a lot of due diligence in considering all sides. I think that there's a lot of gray areas in these, and the language that was just quoted is not a direct quote. I do think we have a responsibility to consider a lot. We are always considering anecdotal data. We're always considering context. And I am not worried about haunting us at all. The only thing I care about is that the school succeeds in the future, just as any other schools that we're I voted to approve or I didn't vote to approve and did get approved. So I have no qualms, no questions. I actually thought and prayed on it myself and actually feel really, really good about the decision. So I'm very grateful for the level of collaboration, conversation, respect for one another, respect for processes, respect for human beings. I think this commission did politics the way it actually should be. I don't know. I don't know anything about dark money or anything about that, but this is the way legislation. This is the way policies. This is the way decisions should be made with independent people, with independent minds. Everyone has different backgrounds, value systems, and no one is right or wrong compared to another's. And I'm actually extremely thrilled with hearing out the thoughtfulness of every commissioner on this commission. I'm just so impressed. This was not the same commission that I watched 4 years ago. I think we are in just such a incredible place with really thoughtful, articulate people working to do the best for schools. And I'm really grateful for the everyone who put in the time and effort to take a look and consider them.
Thank you. Hearing both of what you had to say, Commissioner Byrd and Commissioner Brower, I hope this isn't our Citizens United. I do. And I would just echo what Commissioner Byrd said. And into the schools that had kind of split votes, if you will, it's like the thing that I said to both of them is like, you're part of the family now, and we'll do whatever we can to support you to succeed. Doesn't matter whether, it's like there's a school that I've been very critical of these last years. And it's like, it doesn't matter. I want these kids in that school to succeed however I can help. And what Becca said about the commission, and I think I said this to, actually, I know I said this to Chair Gibson when the meeting was over yesterday. And I'm just really proud of our commission in general, in the way we're thoughtful, the way we work together. We don't have animus between one another. And I always tell people that during the legislative session, I always make the comment, they should come across the street and see how it's done. And so regardless of the decision, I like the way we work together very much. So thank you.
I mentioned this to Stephen, him this morning. You know, I know we had serious disagreement in that decision and in the decision before that. And to come to 5-3 votes and to be able to be to go through the process. I feel like we honored that process. It's a joy to be on this commission. When I came here, I didn't really have any idea what I was doing. And I gotta say, it has been one of the best experiences of my life, being here and learning from you guys. And so I just want to say how much I appreciate this body and how much I brag about you wherever I go, because I feel like I am thrilled to be a part of this body. And Alan, I hear you, man. I am listening to you, and I hear your heart and your voice. I have 2 take a different understanding of it. But that does not diminish anything. And I felt like yesterday, we did a really good job of being deliberative.
Is he on? No, I'm not gonna.
So moved.
You sure he is on? Then we have to, oh, second.
I am on, but I didn't have anything to say.
Oh, that's fine. So, I'll take roll call. Chair Gibson. Vice Chair votes yes. Commissioner Ingham,
Yes.
Commissioner Burt.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what the motion's for.
It's a motion to adjourn. It's the motion.
Okay, great, yes.
Next time. Okay, motion to adjourn. Commissioner Manis,
Yes.
Commissioner Brower,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor.
Yes.
Unanimous.